Chapter 2243. Bloodline Divine Flame. After some thought, he decided to enter the beast mark space with Lu Qing, Xiao Qiao, and the dragon turtle. Yi Fei mustered up his courage and walked towards the bloody door. After all, the Tianhe Kingdom was going to be the foundation of the Earth realm in the future. He did not want any hidden dangers to appear. After passing through the bloody door, Yi Fei was surprised to find that he had entered the former Dao Lord's world, the land of termination energy. This was the place where the Tianhe royal family held the imperial city hunt. Yi Fei had refined many corpse soldiers here and had also foiled the Tianhe royal family scheme. I never expected that the bloody door would lead to the land of termination energy. This means that this place is not as simple as the Tianhe royal family's small world. There must be something strange about this place. Yi Fei walked forward quickly. Soon, he passed through the ruins and reached the deepest part of the land of termination energy. This was originally the exit of the land of termination of energy, and there was a teleportation platform here. However, the teleportation platform had already disappeared and was replaced by a cold blood steel. There were two ancient words carved on the blood steel. Yi Fei could not recognize the two words, but when he looked at the two words, a pair of gray eyes appeared in his mind. The gray light seemed to be hidden in the blood steel. Blood Dynasty. Yi Fei involuntarily spat out these two ancient words. Then, his body involuntarily began to slowly walk toward the blood steel. It was as if he wanted to use his hand to touch the two strange ancient words. Qi. Without any warning, a small cut appeared on Yi Fei's finger. The blood turned into a mist and flew toward the words Shui Chao on the blood boulder. Boom! Then, there was another clap of thunder that exploded in Yi Fei's ears. At this critical moment, Lu Qing finally realized that something was wrong with Yi Fei. She rushed out of the beast mark space and released her lightning to wake Yi Fei up. Unfortunately, her lightning could not wake Yi Fei up. Instead, it was the two ancient characters on the blood steel that released a strange blood-red light that eliminated Lu Qing's lightning. Yi Fei, wake up! Lu Qing shouted anxiously. Unfortunately, he could no longer help. In the end, he could only ask Xiao Qiao to come out and grab Yi Fei from both sides. The dragon turtle stood in front of Yi Fei like a huge black rock. It wanted to push Yi Fei back and escape the control of the strange blood monument. At this moment, the blood monument suddenly emitted an even more intense bloody light. It no longer affected Yi Fei. Instead, it affected Lu Qing and the dragon turtle at the same time. However, when the bloody light enveloped Xiao Qiao, a five-color divine light suddenly erupted from Xiao Qiao's body, repelling the bloody light. Xiao Qiao blinked and looked at Lu Qing and the dragon turtle, who were being controlled at the same time, walking toward the blood steel. Xiao Qiao suddenly released the five-color divine light continuously, which smashed onto Yi Fei, Lu Qing, and the dragon turtle. What's going on? Why am I approaching the blood monument? That's right, I seem to have been controlled by the blood monument just now. Yi Fei suddenly woke up. At this moment, his injured finger was only half a meter away from the blood monument. Lu Qing and the dragon turtle were only one step away from the blood monument. Yi Fei was shocked. Without thinking, he grabbed Lu Qing with one hand and the dragon turtle with the other. He threw them far away with all his might, breaking free from the blood monument's influence. Boom! At this moment, the blood monument suddenly trembled violently. In the end, before Xiao Qiao released the five-color divine light to disperse the bloody light, a trace of blood from Yi Fei's injured finger turned into a mist and was absorbed by the blood monument. It was this trace of blood that activated the blood monument. There was a loud boom, as if the world was collapsing. It pressed down heavily on Yi Fei's body. Lu Qing and the dragon turtle, who were also awakened, grunted at the same time. Lu Qing's expression changed drastically. He said, "This blood monument can affect my bloodline. I feel that my lightning bloodline is starting to go out of control. It's going berserk." Roar! The dragon turtle was so frightened that its black mouth turned white. Under the influence of the blood monument, The dragon blood in the dragon turtle's body had already gone berserk. The dragon turtle's bloated body had miraculously slimmed down. However, this slimming down wasn't a good thing. It was the rapid drying of the blood essence after burning. Fortunately, the dragon turtle was fat to begin with. Although the power of the blood monument was terrifying, it wasn't enough to make the dragon turtle shrivel up immediately. Even so, the strangeness of the blood monument made Yi Fei's hair stand on end. After that, he felt that a hidden force in his body seemed to have been activated at this moment. Yi Fei's Sky Palace, Fate Wheel, and Sky Bridge were burning fiercely at the same time. It was a strange flame. Bloodline Divine Flame. This strange blood monument can actually stimulate my earthly sovereign bloodline. Yi Fei was completely shocked. It should be known that he had thought of countless ways to activate the hidden earthly sovereign bloodline. However, after being stimulated by the blood monument, his bloodline was automatically awakened. Although it was only awakened for a moment, Yi Fei could clearly feel the mysterious and terrifying bloodline power flowing through his body like water. Boom! In the end, the bloodline power suddenly burst out of Yi Fei's body uncontrollably. It formed a special light that was full of destructive power and gathered in Yi Fei's palm. At the same time, Yi Fei's heart was filled with a wild desire to kill. Die! Yi Fei let out an eerie roar. Using his last bit of sanity, he instantly slashed out a ray of destructive blood sword divine light. He wanted to smash the strange blood monument into pieces. However, what shocked Yi Fei was that the blood sword divine light that contained his bloodline power disappeared without a trace when it hit the blood monument. The blood monument that was stimulated by the blood sword divine light actually shrank rapidly. It shrank from 10 meters to 1 meter, and then from 1 meter to half a man's height. It suddenly appeared in Yi Fei's hand. At the same time, the strange power on the blood monument disappeared. Following the silence of the blood monument, Yi Fei was even more surprised to find that the bloodline in his body had disappeared again. He could no longer sense it. What a strange blood monument. Where did the imperial family of Sky River get such a thing? Yi Fei's expression was strange. Xiao Qiao also nervously hid behind Yi Fei and looked at the blood monument curiously. Yi Fei found that the power released by the blood monument did not affect Xiao Qiao. He could not help but feel even more strange. Yi Fei, what is this thing? Why don't we destroy it? Lu Qing walked over with lingering fear. She had almost lost control of the bloodline in her body just now. Yi Fei was surprised to find that the dragon turtle had miraculously slimmed down after being affected by the power of the blood monument. It was now just skin and bones. This thing can actually help the dragon turtle lose weight besides activating my bloodline. Yi Fei felt that the blood monument would definitely not be destroyed based on this point alone. Moreover, he had a feeling that the reason the imperial family of Sky River was so abnormal that they could establish a country with corpses was related to this blood monument. Chapter 2244. By Yin God Lord, this blood steel is strange. Who knows what kind of consequences it will cause if it is destroyed. Let's bring it back and show it to the heavenly tree in Rizu. Yi Fei waved his hand and grabbed the blood steel. At the same time, he quickly rushed out of the land of termination of energy. Without the blood steel suppression, the land of termination of energy was gradually collapsing. However, when Yi Fei and Lu Qing rushed out of the blood coffin, the huge blood coffin also gradually calmed down due to the absence of the blood steel. It no longer absorbed the resentment of the corpses. This made Yi Fei even more certain that the blood steel was closely related to the corpse soldiers. Boom! He tried to activate the blood steel with his dark force. The entire blood steel suddenly became as big as a blood mountain and appeared in the imperial city. Sensing the power of the blood steel, the berserk corpses gradually calmed down and became motionless, as if they were intimidated by the blood steel's power. This blood steel is indeed related to the corpse soldiers. Everyone back off. I will deal with these corpse soldiers. Seeing that the blood steel suppression was effective, Yi Fei became even more excited and used all his strength to activate the blood steel. However, he did not dare to let the blood steel be stained with blood. The blood steel was very strange. When activated with dark force, it could suppress the corpse soldiers. However, if it was stained with blood, it would explode with a strange power. As the blood steel's aura became stronger and stronger, the corpse soldiers in the imperial city gradually quieted down. The 500 sovereigns looked at the blood steel in shock. Zhao Qianjun, Di Fan, and Fu Renjia also flew over. What is this thing? How can it suppress all the corpse soldiers so easily? I'm not too sure either. However, this is a good thing. Attack immediately. Gather these corpse soldiers together and destroy them. Do not let them escape. Yi Fei ordered in a deep voice. After all, they still wanted to establish a foothold in the Tianhe kingdom. Therefore, the corpse soldiers could not appear in the Tianhe kingdom. Hearing Yi Fei's order, the 500 sovereigns acted and easily killed the corpse soldiers that could not move. Due to the blood steel suppression, the corpse soldiers could not resist and could only fall one by one. Even so, Yi Fei and the sovereigns were able to kill the corpse soldiers in the imperial city. At the same time, the Tianhe kingdom's royal family of the Tianhe kingdom. The Tianhe kingdom, the Tianhe kingdom, the Tianhe kingdom. No one had expected the Tianhe kingdom, Tianhe, the Tianhe kingdom, the Tianhe kingdom was Tianhe kingdom. Subsequently, except for some cities that were loyal to the Tianhe royal family, most cities opened their gates and surrendered. There were even some cities that rebelled and killed the Tianhe royal family officials and corpse soldiers who refused to surrender. They welcomed Lin Feng's army into the city. In this way, in a short month, the Tianhe kingdom was completely destroyed and became the new Tianwu kingdom. Due to the Tianhe royal family's perverse behavior, they turned all the warriors in the imperial city into corpse soldiers. The destruction of the Tianhe royal family did not garner any sympathy from the warriors of the Tianhe kingdom. On the contrary, the newly established Tianwu kingdom gained more and more recognition from the warriors. Of course, Yi Fei was too lazy to care about these things. He left the Tianwu kingdom to the quasi-emperor Tian Fa and the supreme dean. Jiang Zhen also chose to stay in the Tianwu kingdom and rebuild the Divine Star Academy. Yi Fei, Di Fan, Fu Renjia, and the others returned to Linfeng. As the saying went, it was easy to destroy the Tianhe kingdom, but it was extremely difficult to defeat Lord God Bai Yun. At this time, there were less than 2 months left before Lord God Bai Yun entered the Qingzhou. The first thing Yi Fei did when he returned to Linfeng was not to study the blood steel, but to find countless alchemists. In front of the divine bulls and the 4 divine beasts, he announced that he would help Rizu refine the antidote to the poison of the void. For this, Yi Fei deliberately found many heavenly treasures and used them as ingredients to fuse into the elixir. Secretly, when the divine bulls and the 4 divine beasts were not paying attention, Yi Fei asked Xiao Qiao to secretly release some immortal blood essence and fuse it into the elixir. Of course, Yi Fei did not dare to let Xiao Qiao release too much. After all, Xiao Qiao was still young. If he lost too much essence and blood, it would be harmful to Xiao Qiao. Moreover, to detoxify the poison of the void, no elixir was needed. Immortal blood essence was enough. If Rizu knew about this, he would definitely do everything he could to get his hands on Xiao Qiao. That was why Yi Fei wanted to use the elixir as a cover. He deliberately made the elixir recipe very mysterious. In this way, Rizu would not be able to determine what kind of treasure could detoxify his poison of the void. However, many people in Linfeng were still worried about Yi Fei's decision to detoxify Rizu. Just as Yi Fei was busy refining the elixir, Zhao Qianjun secretly reminded him, "Junior brother, have you really decided to detoxify Rizu? Rizu is not a kind person. I'm afraid that the day you detoxify him will be the day Rizu turns against you." Yi Fei smiled faintly and said confidently, "Senior brother Zhao, don't worry. I'm an honest person. I like to do things by the book. For example, if Rizu helps me deal with the enemies of the Yin-Yang Palace, I'll give Rizu 1/3 of the antidote. If he helps me deal with Bai Yun, the Immortal Lord, I'll give him the other third. I understand the principle of rearing a tiger to devour its prey. Zhao Qianzhu nodded and did not say anything else. He cooperated fully with Yi Fei in refining the elixir. Of course, even Zhao Qianzhu did not know that Yi Fei's refining of the elixir was just a cover used to confuse Rizu. Coincidentally, the time of the pill refinement was also 2 months later. This was also the time when Bai Yun, the immortal lord, would enter Qingzhou. The Green Cloud Pavilion also made preparations to welcome Bai Yun Divine Lord as soon as possible. In Qingyun City, the palace of the Baiyun Nation became lively again. On this day, all the rulers of the Baiyun Nation, the Lord of Heaven, and Old Man Qingyun, a Dao Lord, gathered in the palace. They looked up at the sky and saw a black dot appear in the cloudless sky. The black dot grew bigger and bigger. Soon, it formed a flying ship the size of a warship. It slowly descended from the sky and landed in the palace. On the flying ship were the words Wind and Cloud Hall written in gold. When the flying ship landed, the huge wind pressure caused many of the weaker rulers to lose their balance. The Lord of Heaven, led by Old Man Qingyun, felt a burning sensation on their faces. Some of their clothes were even torn. However, no one dared to complain. On the contrary, Old Man Qingyun looked respectfully at an old man in divine robes on the flying ship. The old man was imposing without being angry. He looked 70% similar to Lu Qianzhong. One couldn't sense the slightest bit of aura from his body. However, just by standing there, the old man gave off the illusion that he was standing at the center of the world. The old man's gaze swept across the people below. Countless people felt as if a mountain was pressing down on their hearts, making it hard for them to breathe. Old Man Qingyun, why are there only a few of you here? Where's the Herb King and Sky River Lord? Why haven't you come to pay your respects? Another figure walked out of the flying ship. It was Dao Lord Xinyang. He had been ordered to come to the Baiyun Nation to help Lu Qianzhong obtain Rizu's treasure. In the end, he had failed at the last step, and Lu Qianzhong had died mysteriously. Dao Lord Xinyang knew that he was at fault and could only rush back to the Divine Prefecture to report to Bai Yun, the Immortal Lord. This time, Bai Yun, the Immortal Lord, had returned to the nation he had built single-handedly. Behind Bai Yun, the Immortal Lord, stood many powerhouses of the Wind and Cloud Hall. Among them, there was a young man who was particularly eye-catching. This was because he wasn't standing behind Bai Yun, the Immortal Lord. Instead, he was standing beside him. Chapter 22:45. War breaks out. Bai Yun Divine Lord pointed at the young man and introduced him to Old Man Qingyun. This is Feng Heng, the son of the Deputy Hall Master of Wind and Cloud Hall. This time, Nephew Feng has accompanied me to the Baiyun Nation. You must treat him well and not be careless. After instructing Old Man Qingyun like a subject, Bai Yun Divine Lord cupped his fists at Feng Heng again. Nephew Feng, Qingzhou is a small and remote place. Please forgive us if we have neglected you. Uncle Master Lu, you are too kind. Since a divine lord like you can emerge from the Baiyun Nation, it proves that this is a place filled with outstanding talents. Unfortunately, Brother Qianchong passed away too early. If you need any help, please feel free to ask. As the son of the Deputy Hall Master, Feng Heng's words and actions were full of respect for Bai Yun Divine Lord. Feng Heng had his reasons for doing so. The Hall Master of Wind and Cloud Hall was getting old and was about to step down. The new Hall Master would be chosen from the 2 Deputy Hall Masters. Feng Heng only had 2 goals for this trip. First, he wanted to rope in Bai Yun Divine Lord. Second, he wanted to take control of Qingzhou. Then, he would use the resources of Qingzhou to help his father obtain the position of Hall Master. Therefore, Feng Heng was very polite to Bai Yun Divine Lord along the way. However, when he mentioned Lu Qianchong, Bai Yun Divine Lord's face darkened instantly. I only have one son, Qianchong. No matter who killed him, I will exterminate his entire family and bury him with Qianchong. Qingyun, tell me about the investigation into Qianchong's death. Has the murderer been found? Bai Yun Divine Lord looked at Old Man Qingyun again. But this time, the entire palace was filled with the aura of a Divine Lord. Sensing this aura, old man Qing Yun couldn't help but fall to his knees before Bai Yun, the Divine Lord. "Forgive me, Divine Lord. We've already identified the murderer of young Master Qianzhong. It's a demon named Yi Fei. Not only did he kill young Master Qianzhong, he also killed the king of medicine and destroyed the Sky River Kingdom. What's more, Yi Mo colluded with Rizu and killed the 10 Dao lords of the Yin Yang Palace, including young Master Yangming." Old man Qing Yun had been holding these words in his heart for a long time. Now that he had spoken them all out, old man Qing Yun released all the grievances he had suppressed for the past 3 months. He sneered inwardly. "Do you think you can do whatever you want in the Bayou Nation just because you have Rizu's support? I'll fan the flames this time. I don't believe I can't get you killed." "What? Yangming is dead? Qingzhou still has Renzu?" Feng Heng was shocked. He couldn't believe that Yangming would die in a small place like Qingzhou. Bai Yun, the Divine Lord's expression changed abruptly. "I don't care about Rizu. Qianzhong is my only son. Someone must pay for his death. Whether it's Yi Fei or Rizu, they must die." Boom! At this moment, Bai Yun God, Lord, no longer concealed his murderous intent. Anyone who sensed his murderous intent shuddered. Even old man Qing Yun's face paled. But he's still the human ancestor. As he spoke, he recounted how Rizu killed the experts of the Yin Yang Palace. To his surprise, Bai Yun, the Divine Lord, sneered disdainfully. "You fool, you've been tricked. Rizu was surrounded by the Yin Yang Palace hundreds of years ago and was poisoned with an incurable poison. He's already very lucky to be able to survive for so long. Do you think he still has Renzu's strength? At most, he'll be able to manifest a strand of divine sense to scare an ignorant Dao Lord like you." Old man Qing Yun was dumbfounded. Only then did he realize that Rizu was already at the end of his rope after destroying the Yin Yang Palace. In the end, he was scaring himself. Not only did he give up everything he had and give away millions of mystic veins, he even handed over the Green Cloud treasure mirror, which he treasured as much as his own life, to Yi Fei. "How dare you trick me, you brat? This old man's Green Cloud treasure mirror. Even this old man has yet to fully understand it." The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. In the end, old man Qing Yun spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were as fierce as a wolf's. "Divine Lord, the Green Cloud Pavilion is willing to be the vanguard this time. We'll attack Lin Feng and kill Mo on your behalf." Old man Qing Yun knelt again to show his loyalty. Bai Yun, the Divine Lord, nodded in satisfaction. Although he had seen through Rizu's true strength, Renzu's cultivation level was still there. "Let's not waste any time. Send out your troops now. I'll go and meet that so-called Rizu." They did not linger in the imperial palace. As Bai Yun God gave the order, old man Qing Yun, who was angry out of humiliation, summoned the army that he had prepared and charged toward Lin Feng again. The experts of the Wind Cloud Palace also steered their flying boats again, holding the rear as they rapidly approached Lin Feng. The most magnificent battle in the Bayou Nation had begun. When the news reached Lin Feng, some of the forces that had already submitted to him were in a state of panic. A bitter smile appeared on Yi Fei's face. He had thought that the destruction of Yang Ming and the others would intimidate Bai Yun, the Divine Lord, and make him retreat. Unfortunately, he had been too optimistic. Bai Yun, the Divine Lord, had been able to break through to the Divine Lord level in Qingzhou. This was proof of his wisdom and talent. How could such a person be scared off by the mere mention of Rizu's name? In the end, we still have to fight. I just don't know if Rizu can defeat Bai Yun, the Divine Lord, in his current state. Yi Fei had no confidence in Rizu's strength. He secretly held onto the remaining 2/3 of the antidote. If it really didn't work, he could only help Rizu completely remove the poison of the void. This would allow the lightning ancestor to recover the true strength of the human ancestor. However, it was unknown whether the lightning ancestor, who had been completely detoxified, would still help Lin Feng. Therefore, this was a last resort. At least for now, Yi Fei still maintained a certain degree of optimism. When he heard that Bai Yun, the Divine Lord, had sent troops to Lin Feng, Yi Fei didn't hesitate. He also led Lin Feng's troops and stood in a row on the mountain peak. At this moment, The Bayou Nation skies were clear and boundless. In the distant sky, countless figures of warriors appeared quickly. Those were the warriors of the clear cloud pavilion. This time, Old Man Qingyun had really made up his mind and mobilized all his troops. Behind the clear cloud pavilion was a huge armored airship. It was like a steel monster that was constantly approaching Linfeng. Divine Lord, please take a look. That kid is Yi Fei. Old Man Qingyun also stood on the airship and glared at Yi Fei with deep hatred. If looks could kill, Old Man Qingyun would have torn Yi Fei to shreds with his gaze. Following Old Man Qingyun's words, an extremely tyrannical spiritual sense suddenly pierced through the army and directly pressed down on Yi Fei. You're Yi Fei? Was it you who killed my son? No, Divine Lord, you are wrong. Brother Qianzhong and I were best friends. Unfortunately, he was possessed by Rizu and died. I just saw injustice and drew my sword to help. I gave Lu Qianzhong a quick death. Yi Fei said confidently. He had indeed helped Lu Qianzhong escape the situation back then. However, when Baiyun Celestial Lord heard this, he was enraged. How dare you? Even if Qianzhong's body was possessed, killing him is your fault. You deserve to have your entire family exterminated. Boom. Chapter 2246. Wanting to slay Rinzu, this was how domineering Baiyun was. Even if Lu Qianzhong was possessed and wanted to hurt Yi Fei would kill him. It was still Yi Fei's fault and he had to die. I was looking forward to seeing a divine lord like you, but now it seems like you're even worse than Lu Qianzhong. Yi Fei shook his head. He had no intention of attacking. After all, he was facing a divine lord who could crush him with one hand. Yi Fei just stood there quietly, allowing the divine lord's dark force palm to turn into a destructive hurricane that headed for him and Linfeng. The martial artists on the forest peak were all very nervous. Lu Qing was also so nervous that she couldn't breathe. All she could do was grab Yi Fei's arm tightly and say worriedly, "The divine lord has already made his move, but the lightning ancestor has yet to appear. Could it be that the lightning ancestor won't help us?" Don't worry. If Rizu wants to cure the poison of the void, he will definitely help. Yi Fei was very confident. He even glanced at the gate of immortal essences on the forest peak. The gate suddenly exploded with a ball of terrifying divine light. Then, a bolt of lightning opened the gate and shattered the dark force palm. Then, the lightning ancestor's figure, clad in a dragon robe and battle boots, slowly emerged from the territory entrance. However, this time, it wasn't the lightning ancestor's consciousness that appeared, but the lightning ancestor himself. Behind Rizu were the divine bull, the divine deer, the golden lion, and Qingwan. The divine bull and the other three beasts looked cold. Only Qingwan was still a little girl. She winked playfully at Yi Fei, as if hinting at something. Yi Fei heaved a sigh of relief. Rizu, Old Man Qingyun, and Lord Taoist Qinyang both gasped. They were only Taoist lords. The difference between them and a divine lord was like heaven and earth, let alone Rinzu. Rizu didn't say anything. He simply walked out of the realm entrance and stood in front of Linfeng, giving the allied forces of Clear Cloud Pavilion and Wind and Cloud Hall a great deal of pressure. Baiyun God Emperor's expression was extremely ugly. He glared at Rizu like a wolf. Rizu, your time is over. Right now, you're nothing more than a corpse struggling on the brink of death. Do you think you can stop this monarch from taking revenge? Boom! The might of a divine lord was completely unleashed. Rizu's appearance did not frighten Baiyun Divine Lord. This was because Baiyun Divine Lord had not come to Qingzhou simply for revenge. His true goal was actually the Grotto Heaven. Lu Baiyun was just an ordinary warrior with some talent in Qingzhou. However, ever since he coincidentally ambushed and killed a spirit of heaven and earth in the Grotto Heaven, his talent had grown rapidly, allowing him to break through to the Divine Lord level. However, the Divine Lord level was already the limit of the spirit of heaven and earth. If he wanted to break through to the Rinzu level, he had to obtain a higher level spirit of heaven and earth. Therefore, when he learned that the grotto heaven he had broken into had a group of mysterious races living in it, Bayun Divine Lord immediately made up his mind to return to the Bayun Nation and see if he could find Rinzu's opportunity here. How could he be scared off by Rizu and retreat? Not only could he not retreat, but Bayun Divine Lord also immediately unleashed his full combat strength. Clouds and wind rose in the sky. The wind was like the wind that could destroy the world, and the clouds were like the clouds of hell. In the end, the wind turned into a divine dragon, and the clouds turned into a ferocious tiger. The dragon and the tiger intertwined, suppressing the sky and earth. The entire forest peak shook violently at this moment. Countless warriors were blown away by this divine lord's superpower. Rizu's expression also changed. It was the anger and coldness of Rinzu after being offended. Rizu still had no intention of speaking. Above the void, terrifying lightning had already appeared. Boom! Thunder was heard in silence. This was not the sound of thunder of heaven and earth, but a special sound that penetrated deep into one's soul. When this sound rang out, Old Man Qin Yun and Lord Taoist Qin Yang retreated with muffled groans. Their faces were even paler. The sound of thunder made them feel as if their souls were about to be shattered. This is the power of Rinzu. Can Bayun Divine Lord withstand such a Rizu? The warriors of Wind Cloud Hall were also shocked. Feng Hung frowned, then shook his head confidently. This Rizu seems to be much stronger than expected. Unfortunately, he has been poisoned by the poison of the void. It's good enough that he can use 10% of his strength. The longer he fights, the more damage the poison of the void will cause to Rinzu. Rizu won't be able to hold on for long. Feng Hung said these words loudly. For someone of his status to say such words, it was undoubtedly a great encouragement. The warriors of Qingyun Pavilion were the first to cheer. Divine Lord, Divine Lord. Rinzu, Rinzu. Not to be outdone, the warriors of Forest Peak also cheered. However, their cheers soon turned into fear. Bam! A huge hole was suddenly torn in the lightning that filled the sky. Bayun Divine Lord's divine light was like a flame, his aura soaring to the stars. A huge divine spear appeared in his hand. Wind Cloud Hall, Wind Cloud, Immortal Spear. Wind Cloud, Immortal Spear. Rizu, you're old. You're also crippled. I'll kill you now to avenge my son. The Wind Cloud Immortal Spear became even more violent. The 6 divine inscriptions on it flashed at the same time. At this moment, Bayun Divine Lord was using a spiritual attachment weapon to attack Rinzu. Junior, you're really ambitious. Are you trying to kill your ancestor? Rizu's expression finally changed. He suddenly retreated, not daring to take Bayun Divine Lord's spear directly. Kill. Rizu's retreat made Bayun Divine Lord's murderous intent even more intense. Rizu, you're really old. Don't even think about leaving today. The only thing left for you is death. Oh my god, Rizu is going to be killed. Rinzu can't defeat a Divine Lord. I didn't expect Bayun Divine Lord to be so terrifying. Then what's the point of staying in Linfeng? We're just waiting for death. Let's run. If we knew this would happen, we wouldn't have joined Linfeng. Rizu's retreat greatly affected the morale of Lin Feng's troops. Many warriors felt the urge to flee and surrender. Lu Qin gripped Yi Fei's arm even more tightly. Rizu can't defeat Bayun Divine Lord. Yi Fei narrowed his eyes and stared coldly at the sky. It's not that he can't defeat him. He just doesn't want to put in the effort. Rizu, if you lose, then there's no need for me to keep the remaining antidote. I might as well destroy it. With that, Yi Fei took out 2 bottles of pills and slammed them down with all his might. The 3 divine beasts were so frightened that they risked their lives to stop him. Yi Fei, calm down. Don't be impulsive. Impulsiveness is the devil. Saber, come. High in the sky, Rizu's face was twitching wildly as he retreated. He hadn't used his full strength just now. He wanted to threaten Yi Fei, but he didn't expect that his threat wouldn't work. Instead, it drove Yi Fei into a frenzy. Rizu's expression changed drastically. He no longer dared to threaten Yi Fei. At the same time, a terrifying lightning saber appeared in Rizu's hand. Rizu gripped the saber, and the saber flashed with endless lightning. This lightning filled the sky and shattered the void. Bayun Divine Lord's attack also shattered Rinzu's attack. Chapter 2247. The Descent of Merak Palace. However, Rizu didn't dare to use this power. After all, Rizu's body was still poisoned by the void poison. The more Rinzu used Rinzu's power, the stronger the poison would be. Fortunately, Yifei gave Rizu 1/3 of the antidote in advance, which greatly reduced the poison in Rizu's body. That's why he was able to use Rinzu's power. This kind of power was also incomparably terrifying. However, when a lightning radiance slashed out, the entire sky turned into a sea of lightning. The faces of the experts of the wind and cloud hall who were in the sky changed drastically. Feng Heng also cried out involuntarily. Didn't the Yin Yang Palace say that the lightning ancestor was poisoned by the void poison? Even if he didn't die, he would be half crippled. How can he still display the battle strength of the human ancestor realm? Feng Heng thought of a terrible consequence. If that's the case, he wouldn't be able to control Qingzhou. He might even die. It's just a momentary recovery. There's no antidote for the void poison. Who in Heaven Realm doesn't know that? Rizu, the more Rinzu's power you use, the stronger the poison in you will be, and the faster you will die. Let's see who can outlast the other. I must avenge my son's death. I, Lu Baiyun, will break through Rinzu's realm. Boom! Amidst the thunderbolts that filled the sky, Baiyun Divine Emperor waved his divine spear, piercing through the void and sweeping away the thunderbolts. It was as if the spear god had descended to the world, sweeping away thousands of soldiers and horses. Clearly, Baiyun Divine Emperor was extraordinarily powerful to be able to grow from a small place like Qingzhou to a divine prefecture divine land expert. Otherwise, the vice palace master of Wind and Cloud Palace wouldn't have sent Feng Heng to follow him all the way and try to win him over. While thrusting his divine spear, Baiyun Divine Emperor took out a bottle of elixir and swallowed it. Under the influence of these elixirs, a trace of Rinzu's aura appeared on Baiyun Immortal Lord's body, which surprised even Rizu. Pill Monarch Palace, Ancestral Reversal Elixir. No wonder a mere divine lord like you dares to go against a Rinzu like me. Junior brother, if he uses pills, so do we. Hurry up and give me all the antidotes. Rizu's divine saber slashed through the sky like lightning. At the same time, he didn't forget to take the opportunity to demand the antidote. Yifei glared at him and sent him a voice transmission. Are you stupid, or am I stupid? If I really give you the antidote, there's an 80% chance that you'll quit. I can give you the antidote, but you have to exchange it with the head of Baiyun God. Although he said this, Yifei had no choice but to throw out 2/3 of the antidote. Only then did Rizu calm down for a moment. At the same time, Rizu, who had swallowed the antidote, suppressed the poison of the void in his body instantly. His lightning saber became even more dazzling. It looked like a dazzling lightning galaxy that rolled forward and destroyed everything. The more Baiyun Divine Emperor fought, the more shocked he became. He never thought that his trump card, the Rinzu Elixir, would be unable to defeat Rizu. After swallowing the Ancestral Reversal Elixir, his combat strength had reached the level of a demigod ancestor. It was enough to kill a severely injured Rinzu. That's right, it's that little demon surnamed Yi. He seemed to have thrown some kind of pill to Rizu. It must be that pill that suppressed the toxicity of the poison of the void. Otherwise, Rizu wouldn't dare to use Rinzu's power like this. When Baiyun Divine Emperor realized this, his hatred for Yifei was even greater than that for Rizu. While he was fighting desperately with Rizu, Baiyun Divine Emperor finally gave the order to launch an all-out attack. Chunyang, Qingyun, lead the troops of Wind and Cloud Hall and Clear Cloud Pavilion to attack. Completely destroy Linfeng and kill Yifei. Boom! Following Baiyun Divine Emperor's order, the troops of Clear Cloud Pavilion and Wind and Cloud Hall, who had been waiting for a long time, shouted at the same time. The warriors of Clear Cloud Pavilion took the lead and the experts of Wind and Cloud Hall followed closely behind. They all charged toward Lin Feng, causing many warriors on Lin Feng to panic. They're still a motley crew after all. They can fight when the wind is right, but when the wind is against them, these people don't have much loyalty to speak of. Yi Fei shook his head and exchanged glances with Zhao Qianjun, Di Fan, and the others. They all had the same thought. If they wanted to fight, they could only rely on themselves. Pass down my order. Everyone from the Earth domain, retreat to the Grotto Heaven. As for the others, it's up to them whether they want to flee or surrender. He didn't care about those who were panicking. Everyone from the Earth domain retreated in an orderly manner. Behind them, the black mist that filled the space rolled over. In the black mist, the heavenly path tree had a solemn expression. Behind it stood the last of Lin Feng's forces, hundreds of battle tree men. They would shoulder the final responsibility of protecting the Grotto Heaven. Once the people of Clear Cloud Pavilion and Wind and Cloud Hall charged in, they would move out. However, in this way, the secret of the remnants of the spiritual domain would also be exposed. Therefore, Yi Fei would never take this step unless it was absolutely necessary. While the others entered the Grotto Heaven, Yi Fei, Di Fan, Zhao Qianjun, Fu Renjia, Lu Qing, and the Divine Ox all stood in a line and guarded Lin Feng as motionless as a mountain. The flying serpent had transformed into a giant serpent and was fighting Old Man Qingyun again. Yi Fei took a deep breath. The golden body of laws on his body burned with divine light. He was about to step forward and block Lord Taoist Qinyang. Boom! The void trembled. In the void where the battle was taking place, a huge gate suddenly appeared. This gate was also the gate of immortal essences. At the same time, 10 Lord Taoists in starry robes strode out of the gate. Is this Qing province? Grandsons of the Yinyang Palace, your grandpa Wu is here. The last one to walk out of the gate was a muscular young man. This young man was none other than Wu Jie. Moreover, Wu Jie was obviously here for Yang Ming of the Yinyang Palace. Yi Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Lord Taoist Qinyang, who was about to charge up Lin Feng, and the Lord of Heaven of the Wind and Cloud Hall were shocked. It's Wu Jie of the Merak Palace. I heard that this person entered the Earth Fiend, ranking directly after breaking through the Lord of Heaven. Why is he here in Qing Province? Feng Heng looked at Wu Jie in surprise. I was wondering who it was. So it's you, Feng Heng. Get lost. I hate people like you the most. Wu Jie was very rude. He pointed at Feng Heng's nose and scolded him. Feng Heng's face turned green and white. Wu Jie, you only dare to say that to me. If you have the guts, say the same to my brother. Feng Heng was very unconvinced. His face turned green, but he didn't dare to attack Wu Jie because there were 10 Lord Taoists behind Wu Jie. The Wind and Cloud Hall, including the Lord Taoists in charge of protecting Feng Heng, only had 5. At the same time, the Lord Taoists of the Merak Palace were shocked to see the battle in Qing Province. That's by Yun Divine Lord. Could the one fighting by Yun Divine Lord be a human ancestor? Chapter 2248. Battle of Life and Death. Still, despite his surprise, the first thing Wu Jie did upon seeing Lin Feng being surrounded and attacked was to lead the 10 Tao Lords behind him onto Lin Feng. Zhao Qianjun was rather surprised. Jun, your apprentice brother, is this your friend? I guess so. Brother Wu, why are you in Qing Province? In Yi Fei's heart, he was even more surprised, and at the same time, he was extremely nervous. After all, Jade Palace is also one of the forces that destroyed Spirit Realm. If the War Tran of Grotto Heaven is exposed, then the problem is really serious. Fortunately, the Heavenly Tao Tree and the Battle Trance in the Grotto Heaven didn't do anything when the Tao Monarchs of Merak Palace came up the mountain. Although the Tao Monarchs of Merak Palace sensed the boiling, killing intent in the Grotto Heaven, they didn't know what was hidden in the Grotto Heaven because they didn't step into the spatial black mist. Wu Jie explained, I heard that Yang Ming brought the people of Yinyang Palace to cause trouble for you. I was afraid that something would happen to you, so I brought my people here. However, the situation in Qing Province is far more complicated than I thought. Where is Yang Ming? Also, How did you offend Wind and Cloud Palace? Even Rinzu and Divine Monarch are here. In the sky, the battle between Rizu and Baiyun Divine Monarch was still going on. Baiyun Divine Monarch had the ancestral reversal pill, so his combat strength was close to Rinzu's. Every move he made was filled with destructive power. Unfortunately, he was facing Rizu, the real Rinzu. With the help of 2/3 of Yi Fei's pills, Rizu was able to suppress the poison of the void in his body and release more of Rinzu's power. At this moment, the two sides were locked in a fierce battle. The terrifying hurricane tore the heavenly palace apart. At the foot of the mountain was the alliance army of Clear Cloud Pavilion and Wind Cloud Palace. However, the alliance army's expression was very ugly at this moment. Even though Yi Fei invited the lightning ancestor, Clear Cloud Pavilion and Wind Cloud Palace had the advantage in terms of numbers and numbers. However, with the arrival of the Jade Palace's Dao Lords, the advantage in numbers was completely reversed. This also caused the cultivators of the Clear Cloud Pavilion to no longer dare to casually attack Lin Feng. Old Man Qingyun's complexion alternated between green and white. Advance, not daring to advance. Retreat, unwilling. Being caught between a rock and a hard place. Old Man Qingyun was so frustrated that he nearly vomited blood. Brother Wu, you have also seen the situation. The situation in the Azure Province is too complicated. I can ask you for help if it's an ordinary matter, but I really don't want to implicate you with this kind of matter. Yi Fei bitterly smiled as he shook his head. Wu Jie's appearance was really out of his expectations. Wu Jie glared at him. Since you helped me in Supreme Emperor Heaven, I must return the favor. Feng Heng, take your men and scram. Brother Yi is my friend. If you attack Lin Feng, you're making an enemy out of me. As Wu Jie spoke, the 10 Dao Lords behind him stepped forward at the same time and released their horrifying divine might. The cultivators preparing to attack Lin Feng all retreated in horror. Old Man Qingyun and Dao Lord Qinyang were so angry that their faces turned green. Feng Heng's face also showed obvious anger. Wu Jie, do you know what Yi Fei has done? He killed the son of Baiyun God of my Wind Cloud Palace. He even colluded with Rizu of the Heavenly Palace of Despair to kill Yangming and 10 other Dao Lords of the Yin Yang Palace. If you support Lin Feng, you will not only be an enemy of the Wind Cloud Palace, but also the Yin Yang Palace. Or is the Merak Palace supporting the Heavenly Palace of Despair and opposing the Scarlet Moon Divine Dynasty? Feng Heng shouted the last sentence. Wu Jie and the other Dao Lords of the Merak Palace looked at Yi Fei in shock. Is what Feng Heng said true? Yes, what he said is true. This is also the reason why I don't want to implicate you. Wu Jie, if you withdraw now, I won't blame you. Yi Fei sighed. He didn't deny Feng Heng's words. The Dao Lords of the Merak Palace looked at Yi Fei in shock. Wu Jie's eyes widened, but he didn't withdraw. Instead, he asked in a deep voice, Yi Fei, do you think of me as a friend? Of course. Yi Fei nodded. That's good. How can I, Wu Jie, retreat when a friend is in trouble? Today, I will advance or retreat with you. Wu Jie didn't say anything. He just used his actions to express his attitude. Yi Fei felt a surge of warmth in his heart. As the saying goes, a friend in need is a friend indeed. Although he and Wu Jie were on different sides, Wu Jie was indeed someone who was worthy of a deep friendship. Hearing Wu Jie's words, the Dao Lords of the Merak Palace looked nervous and said, Young master, you can't. The situation here is too chaotic. The Yin Yang Palace, the Wind Cloud Palace, and the remnants of the Heavenly Palace of Despair. If we don't handle this well, the Merak Palace will offend many people. So you want me to do nothing and watch my friend fall into trouble? Sorry, I Wu Jie can't do that. Wu Jie said angrily. Seeing Wu Jie's stubborn temper, the Dao Lords of the Merak Palace looked at each other, feeling very troubled. At this moment, one of the Dao Lords thought of something and suddenly slapped his thigh and said, I have an idea. We can let young master do his duty as a friend and not let our Merak Palace get too involved in this mess. As he spoke, the Dao Lord stepped out from the crowd and solemnly cupped his hands to Feng Heng and Tao Lord Qinyang. Young Master Feng Heng, fellow Taoist, our Merak Palace has no intention of fighting with the Wind Cloud Palace. However, if young Master is determined to order us, we have no choice but to attack you. No one can predict what will happen when the time comes. If we want to avoid this situation, there's only one way, and that is to hold a life and death battle according to the rules of our great factions. A battle to determine life and death and resolve grudges. This way, not too many people will die, and it will be fair to each other. Young Master Feng Heng, young Master Yi Fei, what do you think of my suggestion? With that, the Tao Lord cupped his hands to Yi Fei and Feng Heng respectively. Yi Fei's heart skipped a beat. He felt that this might be a solution to the problem. After all, if the two sides really fought, the secret of the combat trance would definitely be exposed. At that time, he would no longer be facing the Wind Cloud Palace and the Yin Yang Palace. It was very likely that he would be facing the top 10 factions or even the Crimson Moon Divine Dynasty. However, a life and death battle could avoid this situation and also resolve the grudges with the Wind Cloud Palace. At the very least, he could completely drive by Yun Divine Lord and the Wind Cloud Palace out of the Green Province. After thinking this through, Yi Fei did not hesitate and nodded. All right, the suggestion of a life and death battle is not bad. Let's see if the people of the Wind Cloud Palace dare to accept it. Feng Heng's face turned ugly. He looked up at the sky hesitantly and saw that the battle between Bai Yun Divine Lord and Rizu was still going on. Moreover, there were signs that Bai Yun Divine Lord was at a disadvantage. Feng Heng's heart skipped a beat. He understood that this battle was caused by Yi Fei. As long as Yi Fei was eliminated, all the problems would be solved. All right, let's fight. I want to see how strong you so-called geniuses of the Green Province are. Chapter 2249. A so-called genius. Feng Heng actually wanted to personally participate in the battle. This was also a method to win over the Bai Yun Divine Lord. At the very least, the Bai Yun Divine Lord, who was still fighting with Rizu, secretly transmitted his voice to Feng Heng. Nephew Feng Heng, if you can help me kill this kid, I will support your lineage completely in the future. Haha, martial uncle, it's a deal then. Feng Heng's spirit was shaken. Suddenly, a strong dark force fluctuation erupted from his body. Sensing this fluctuation, Lord Taoist Qinyang and old man Qin Yun immediately retreated with the army to make enough space for this battle. Yi Fei, be careful. Although Feng Heng is a spoiled brat, his innate divine ability is very powerful. Wu Jia also secretly sent a message to Yi Fei and also led the Merak Palace's Tao Lords to retreat a distance. After thanking Wu Jie for his reminder, Yi Fei carried his black iron heavy sword and walked down the forest peak resolutely. He then walked towards Feng Heng. A trace of disdain flashed across Feng Heng's face. He looked up at the sky and said, "In the Divine Prefecture, there are many so-called geniuses like you who came from small places. In the end, some of them were able to achieve a little, but most of them died at the hands of the true geniuses of the Divine Prefecture. It's not too late to surrender now." Yi Fei shook his head. "A spoiled brat like you doesn't have the right to mention the word genius in front of me. If you leave Qingzhou, you can still live. If you continue staying, Yangming will be your role model." Boom! The black iron heavy sword tore through the void. Since it was a battle of life and death, this battle would determine life and death. Yi Fei certainly wouldn't waste time with Feng Heng. Once his sword was out, it would determine life and death and determine victory and defeat. "You're courting death." Feng Heng was clearly enraged. Facing Yi Fei's black iron heavy sword, a layer of strange gloves suddenly appeared on his hands, releasing a terrifying divine light. He actually used his fist to smash the black iron heavy sword, causing it to make clanging sounds. "The geniuses of Qingzhou are only SOSO. Feng Heng sneered. Blocking the black iron heavy sword wasn't enough. Suddenly, countless huge wind blades appeared behind him, slicing through the sky and creating countless cracks. These wind blades were like a storm, slashing forward. This was the wind and cloud hall's ability, chaotic cloud crossing. When the wind blades appeared around Yi Fei had the illusion that his body was about to be dismembered by the wind blades. Golden body of loss. Yi Fei roared. His body suddenly burned with purplish gold flames. The raging flames swallowed up the wind blades. Yi Fei walked out of the chaotic wind blades. He raised his hand, and another terrifying divine sword light slashed forward. Feng Heng was caught off guard. He hurriedly blocked with his fists. Bang! The refreshing fist collided with the heavy sword. It was as though two stars had collided. Yi Fei had a cold smile on his face. At this moment, his divine force exploded, and he activated his battle magic rule force. The dark steel heavy sword suddenly turned into a violet gold divine sword. This sword shattered the void and also shattered the divine light on Feng Heng's fists. In front of Yi Fei's powerful divine power, Feng Heng let out a muffled groan. His body was like a wheel rolling in the void. At the same time, Feng Heng let out a furious roar. "You have really infuriated me. Now, I will let you know what a true genius is. Gale instant." Feng Heng's tumbling body suddenly turned into a terrifying hurricane. Within the hurricane, a wind blade as large as a mountain slashed towards Yi Fei with a power that could destroy the world. At the same time, the divine inscriptions on Feng Heng's gloves flickered. Suddenly, he activated his spiritual weapon. This caused Feng Heng's attack to rise from the Lord of Heaven level to the Tao Lord level. Wu Jie's expression changed immediately. Not good. Feng Heng not only used his natural mystique, but he also activated his spiritual weapon. Yi Fei is going to be at a disadvantage. In Wu Jie's impression, Yi Fei only had a strong physical defense. His martial mystique was slightly inferior. Feng Heng also realized this and decisively gave up on close combat. He wanted to use the advantage of his natural mystique to suppress Yi Fei and kill Yi Fei. Seeing this scene, a strange expression appeared on Yi Fei's face. "Competing with me on spirit enhancement weapons? Interesting. Then let's compete. Kill. Origin burned from me. Boom." Without retreating, Yi Fei continued to stride forward. The undying sword soul also awakened at this moment and began to release a large amount of Tao Lord Origin. This origin was obtained by Yi Fei when he refined the two Tao corpses. He had been reluctant to use it because he had been waiting for this moment. At this moment, when Yi Fei awakened the sword soul and released all the origin in one breath, Yi Fei's aura suddenly rose from the level of the Lord of Heaven to the level of a Tao Lord. The four divine inscriptions on the dark steel heavy sword lit up instantly. Then, a series of terrifying Tao Lord attacks turned into sword lights and slashed forward. They collided violently with Feng Heng's natural mystique. "This is impossible." Feng Heng watched in shock as Yi Fei unleashed the Tao Lord's attack again and again. Such an attack was enough to crush his innate mystique and completely shatter the Tao Lord's light on his fists. In the end, Feng Heng could only see a huge divine sword light shattering everything he had. His mystique, his gloves, his light, and his pride slashed straight at his throat. Feng Heng's expression changed completely. He never thought that he would lose, not to a genius from the divine prefecture, but to a cultivator from a small place that he looked down on. Feng Heng retreated frantically, not daring to take Yi Fei's terrifying Tao Lord attack head-on. "Stop, you vile spawn!" The three Tao Lords in charge of protecting Feng Heng were furious. Seeing that Feng Heng was in danger, they directly ignored the rules of the life-and-death battle and attacked forcefully. While protecting Feng Heng, they actually wanted to join forces to kill Yi Fei. Despicable, stop them. Wu Jie was completely enraged. The Jade Palace's Tao Lord also immediately attacked, wanting to stop the Wind Cloud Palace's Tao Lord. But at this moment, Tao Lord Qinyang and Old Man Qing Yun smiled at the same time. "Go, protect young Master Feng Heng at all costs, and kill Yi Mo." The Lord of Heaven of the Clear Cloud Pavilion and Wind and Cloud Palace swarmed out. They didn't want to stop the Tao Lords of the Merak Palace, But as long as they could delay Yi Fei for a while, they believed that Yi Fei would die at the hands of the Tao Lords of the Wind and Cloud Palace. This was the real plan of the Wind and Cloud Palace. It would be good if they could kill Yi Fei one-on-one, but if they couldn't, they would swarm him and beat Yi Fei to death. As long as Yi Mo dies, Wu Jie and the Merak Palace will have no reason to interfere in Qing Province, and Lin Feng will be leaderless. Even if Bai Yun God Lord is defeated by Rizu in the end, the winner will still be our Clear Cloud Pavilion. Old Man Qingyun's face showed a smug smile. Chapter 2250. The Bloodsteel's Might Old Man Qingyun's plan went very smoothly. He successfully numbed the Merak Palace and made the Tao Lords retreat from the attack range. He also successfully convinced the Tao Lords of the Wind and Cloud Hall to break the rules and attack Yi Fei. As long as Yi Fei died, the outcome of the battle would be decided. Wu Jie and the Tao Lords of the Merak Palace were furious and attacked together. Lin Feng's Flying Snake, the Lord of Heaven, and Lu Qing all attacked together to help Yi Fei. Unfortunately, there were too many Lord of Heaven in the Clear Cloud Pavilion and the Wind and Cloud Hall. In order to create an opportunity for the Tao Lord of the Wind Cloud Palace to kill Yi Fei, these heavenly lords also began to go all out. They all burned their essence blood and origin to block any possible gap that could be used to rescue Yi Fei. In the middle of the battlefield, the three Tao Lords of the Wind and Cloud Hall had already surrounded Yi Fei. They attacked together and vaguely formed a powerful joint attack. With a loud bang, Yi Fei's golden body of laws was instantly shattered by the attacks of the three Tao Lords. Kill him. I don't want him to live. Feng Heng's face twisted. He couldn't accept the fact that he was inferior to Yi Fei. Now, he wanted to kill Yi Fei and erase the intense displeasure he felt from Yi Fei. Hearing Feng Heng's order, the three Tao Lords immediately emitted bone-chilling killing intent. It was like a biting cold wind that wanted to freeze Yi Fei completely. However, at the critical moment when the golden body was about to shatter, Yi Fei suddenly roared and a pair of huge dragon wings spread out from his back. He was like a divine dragon from the nine heavens. Before the attacks of the three Tao Lords could hit him, Yi Fei let out a dragon roar and soared into the sky. He also broke away from the encirclement of the three Tao Lords. That's the Azure Dragon Wings. Could it be that he solved the clear cloud treasure mirror that I couldn't solve for hundreds of years and even mastered the complete dragon race mystique inside? This old man is filled with hatred. Looking at the gorgeous and mysterious dragon wings on Yi Fei's back, old man Qingyun was incomparably shocked and even more incomparably pained. If he had known that this would happen, he would rather compensate more profound veins than give the Qingyun treasure mirror to Yi Fei. Old man Qingyun would never have thought that it was his green cloud treasure mirror that helped Yi Fei escape from today's fatal situation. The Tao Lords of Wind Cloud Palace, who had failed to besiege Yi Fei, roared furiously. As Feng Heng's guards, these three Tao Lords were naturally not ordinary Tao Lords. When they realized that Yi Fei had a terrifying speed advantage, these Tao Lords immediately burst out with a layer of terrifying blood flame. It was the bloodline divine flame. These three Tao Lords were all 5th grade bloodline warriors. Their leader, Feng Heng, even unleashed the might of a 6th grade bloodline. He roared in a deep voice, "Don't let him escape. Concentrate our bloodlines and kill him in 10 breaths." Kill me in 10 breaths? Yi Fei's eyebrows twitched, but his face was completely covered with a layer of ice. Wind Cloud Palace, you forced me to do this. Bloodsteel, suppress him. Boom! Yi Fei suddenly took out a bloodsteel that was half a man's height from his space belt. With a flick of his finger, a drop of blood flew towards the bloodsteel. Dong! The bloodsteel, which had absorbed the blood, suddenly let out a dull roar. The roar was like a military drum, shaking people's hearts and shaking their souls. The Tao Lords of Wind Cloud Palace and Feng Heng, who were burning their bloodlines, flushed at the same time, and their breathing quickened. Under the suppression of the blood steel, they felt as if their bloodlines were out of control and suddenly went berserk. Facing the bloodsteel, Yi Fei also felt as if there was a mysterious bloodline power in his body that was awakening from the depths of his heart. Yi Fei's eyes suddenly became bloodshot, and a boiling, killing intent suddenly erupted from his body. The blood battle will was completely activated, causing Yi Fei's black iron-heavy sword to suddenly merge with a trace of divine ability will. Under this divine ability will, the sky where Yi Fei was standing collapsed instantly. Divine ability will? How is it possible? Brother Yi has actually comprehended the divine ability will. Wu Jie was extremely shocked. It should be known that only those geniuses on the Earth Carnage ranking could comprehend the divine ability will. For example, Wu Jie had comprehended the divine ability will with the help of Rinzhu from the Merak Palace after he had broken through to the Lord of Heaven and entered the Earth Carnage ranking. On the other hand, Yi Fei had actually comprehended the divine ability will without the help of any major factions. This was undoubtedly a miracle. In the face of such a miracle, the three Dao lords from the Wind Cloud Hall were terrified. They roared at the same time, wanting to block Yi Fei's terrifying divine sword that contained the divine ability will. Unfortunately, their bloodlines were suppressed by the blood steel and went berserk. At this moment, the three Dao lords were busy suppressing the berserk bloodlines in their bodies. How much power could they spare to block Yi Fei's attack? Moreover, Yi Fei's strike this time wasn't just a heavy sword, but a fatal strike that burned all the Dao Lord's origin energy in one breath. Poof! The divine sword light slashed forward, and the head of the Wind Cloud Hall's Dao Lord closest to Yi Fei suddenly flew into the air, and blood splattered across the sky. Ah! Another scream rang out. Yi Fei's heavy sword didn't stop. The whistling divine sword light instantly cut a second Dao Lord in half. Blood splattered across the sky. In the void, Yi Fei's sword didn't stop moving, and his feet didn't stop moving. He still maintained the posture of swinging his sword. Under the shocked gaze of the third Dao Lord, his sword pierced that Dao Lord's throat. At this moment, the Dao Corpse's origin energy that Yi Fei had refined was completely used up. What was left behind Yi Fei was a trail of blood and the corpses of three Dao Lords. The divine ability will killed three Dao Lords in one strike. When did such a terrifying figure appear in the Green Prefecture? If this person enters the Divine Land, there will definitely be a place for him on the Earth Carnage ranking. The 10 Dao Lords of the Merak Palace were all shocked, speechless. Dao Lord Qinyang and Old Man Qingyun were even more frightened. They never expected this. Of course, the one who was most terrified of Yi Fei's true combat strength was still Feng Heng. At this moment, Feng Heng no longer had the courage to face Yi Fei. Taking advantage of the three Dao Lords in front of him, Feng Heng scrambled and fled into the distance. Kill. However, Yi Fei didn't give Feng Heng a chance to escape. This was a battle of life and death. Since Feng Heng had agreed to this battle, Yi Fei was determined to take Feng Heng's life. Bam! The azure dragon wings spread open again, transforming Yi Fei into a mysterious azure dragon. He broke through the clouds and soared into the sky. Feng Heng's escaping speed was very fast, but Yi Fei's chasing speed was even faster. Feng Heng had only escaped for less than a kilometer when Yi Fei's figure had already caught up to him. However, just as Yi Fei raised his sword and was about to kill Feng Heng, high in the sky, Bai Yun's furious roar suddenly came. You bastard, you can't kill Feng Heng. If Feng Heng dies, I'll destroy your entire Lin Peak. At the same time as he roared, a terrifying giant palm of profound energy, like a five-fingered mountain, fiercely fell towards Yi Fei. Yi Fei grunted. Anger and viciousness flashed across his eyes. Chapter 2251. Number 1 on the Earth Carnage roll. Yi Fei, if you kill me, my brother won't let you off. Feng Heng had never imagined that Yi Fei would be such a crazy person. Even a Dao Lord would be killed instantly if he didn't block the profound force palm of a Divine Lord. However, Yi Fei didn't retreat. This wasn't because Yi Fei didn't want to live, but because Yi Fei believed that Rizhu wouldn't let him die. If he died, Rizu would lose all hope of curing the poison of the void. By Yun Divine Lord, if Yi Fei dies, I'll destroy your entire stormy hall. Roar. Rizu went crazy. What appeared in the sky was no longer a human, but a terrifying lightning beast. The lightning beast turned into lightning and blocked by Yun Divine Lord's profound force palm. At the same time, Rizu went completely berserk in order to completely eliminate the threat that by Yun Divine Lord posed to Yi Fei. The power that had been suppressed by the poison of the void was completely released. In an instant, the lightning ancestor's battle prowess returned to that of the human ancestor. Boom! Another purple-gold lightning bolt roared out of the giant lightning beast's mouth. The lightning bolt shattered the heavens and earth, turning the sky above the forest peak into a sea of lightning. Bai Yun Divine Lord, who was in the middle of the sea, finally let out a cry of shock and fear. Even though he had taken the ancestral reversal pill from the Pill Monarch Palace, Liu Baiyun was still only a divine lord. He could rely on the pill to deal with the injured Rizu, but he couldn't rely on the pill to fight Renzu. The battle in the sky also underwent a shocking change as the life and death battle evolved. The lightning ancestor, who had been suppressed by the poison of the void, now had the absolute upper hand. The seemingly powerful Baiyun god was charred black by the lightning that filled the sky. He was severely injured and spat out blood as he frantically retreated. As he retreated, Baiyun Celestial Lord was no longer a threat to Yi Fei. At the same time, Yi Fei's heavy sword slashed down on Feng Heng's body. Feng Heng's expression changed from despair to shock and madness. "Brother, save me." Boom! A special divine talisman appeared in Feng Heng's hand. However, the thing that ignited this divine talisman was not profound energy, but the power of Feng Heng's bloodline. Furthermore, after burning his bloodline power, Feng Heng's bloodline level dropped rapidly from 6th grade to 5th grade. However, this divine talisman managed to save Feng Heng's life in time. Because when the divine talisman was ignited, the shadow of a man who looked 70% similar to Feng Heng walked out of the divine talisman. He only raised his hand and pointed forward. That finger actually shattered the void. With a clang, it touched the blade of the black, iron-heavy sword. 4 consecutive explosions were heard, and 4 of the divine inscriptions on the black iron-heavy sword were shattered. Yi Fei was knocked back along with his sword. He was in midair, and blood was flowing out from the corner of his mouth. Di Fan and Zhao Qianjun were extremely shocked. Who is that person? He is just a projection, but he can actually force Yi Fei to retreat and almost destroy the black iron-heavy sword. Windcloud Hall, Windcloud, the number 1 expert on the Earth Carnage ranking. Windcloud Hall is very weak, but Windcloud is very strong. He is so strong that many senior Sir Gods are extremely fearful of him. Wu Jie's face darkened, and he continued to explain. Feng Heng is not scary. What is scary is his brother, who is ranked first on the Earth Carnage leaderboard. If Brother Yi kills Yang Ming, I can still help him. However, if Brother Yi offends Windcloud, then I really can't help him. These words were actually Wu Jie reminding Yi Fei that Feng Heng could not be killed. Otherwise, Yi Fei might offend the strongest genius on the Earth Carnage leaderboard before he even entered the Divine Prefecture. In the void, Windcloud's projection also looked at Yi Fei with an indifferent expression. Feng Heng is my younger brother. If he causes any trouble, you can tell me. However, without my permission, no one is allowed to kill him. Killing him is equivalent to making an enemy of me. Wu Jie's face changed. He was afraid that Yi Fei and Windcloud would clash. If that happened, there would be no turning back. He hurriedly pulled Yi Fei to the side and cupped his hands towards Windcloud. Windcloud, no matter how strong you are, you have to be reasonable. This time, your younger brother took the initiative to agree to a life and death battle with Yi Fei. In the end, he went back on his words and joined forces with the Dao Lords of Windcloud Hall to attack Yi Fei. Yi Fei was also forced to retaliate. Feng Heng, is this true? Windcloud frowned. After all, he was just a projection and did not know the situation in Qing Province. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, and with the Tao lords of Merak Palace as witnesses, Feng Hung could not deny it. He could only hang his head and say dejectedly, "It is true. However, I did this to avenge Tao Lord Bai Yun for his son's death." What a son's death. However, I seem to remember that the one who killed Lu Qianzhong was Rizu. If you have the ability, go and take revenge on Rizu. Why are you venting your anger on brother Yi Fei? Wu Jie did not give in. He was different from Yi Fei. After all, he was from Merak Palace, one of the top 10 forces. Although Wind Cloud was the first on the Earth Carnage ranking, the overall strength of Wind Cloud Hall was still not as strong as Merak Palace. Hearing Wu Jie's words, Wind Cloud's expression changed slightly. Then he noticed the lightning in the sky. At this moment, Rizu was like a divine king entrenched in the endless lightning. Majestic, cold, and rolling lightning covered most of the Thunder Beast's figure. However, everyone was able to clearly sense the might of the human ancestor from the lightning ancestor's body. Wind Cloud's indifferent expression became more serious. I didn't expect Renzu to exist in a small place like Qing province. However, Senior doesn't seem to be in a good state. Renzu's realm is not very stable. Rizu snorted coldly. Even if my realm is unstable, killing 3 to 5 Tao Lords and Divine Lords is as easy as lifting a knife to kill a pig. You can become the first on the Earth Carnage ranking. Although you are talented, you have not matured yet. The current you is just a projection. Are you sure? You want to interfere with the matters here? The huge Thunder Beast narrowed his eyes. There was an obvious threat in them. Wind Cloud's expression changed again. However, Feng Hung, who was beside him, did not back down and shouted, "Brother, don't be fooled by him. Rizu has been poisoned by the void. He can't even defeat Divine Lord Bai Yun, let alone you. As long as you break through to Divine Lord and kill this beast." "Shut up. Why aren't you kneeling down and apologizing to Senior Rizu immediately?" Feng Yun's countenance abruptly turned grave and stern. Feng Hung was completely dumbfounded. He couldn't understand why his elder brother would suddenly shout at him to stop. However, Divine Lord Bai Yun came to his senses and hurriedly sent a voice transmission. "Nephew, don't speak nonsense. No matter how crippled Rizu is, he is still a Renzu realm expert. However, Wind Cloud is just a projection. He can deal with Tao Lords, but he is no match for Renzu." Divine Lord Bai Yun's analysis made Feng Hang's face turn pale. When he saw Wind Cloud's stern gaze, Feng Hung was so frightened that he knelt on the ground. Chapter 2252. The Divine Lord is sad. The lightning ancestor narrowed his eyes. Feng Hang's apology didn't seem sincere at all. Feng Yun's expression changed when he saw the lightning ancestor remain silent. Before anyone could react, he suddenly extended a finger. But this time, his finger was pointed at Feng Hung. Bang! One of Feng Hang's arms exploded into a bloody mist on the spot. The intense pain caused Feng Hung to scream miserably. "Elder brother, shut up if you don't want to die? What have I always told you? If you can afford to offend someone, you can offend them. If you can't, then you have to tuck your tail between your legs. Senior Rizu, is he someone you can afford to offend? Remember, in this world, strength is always respected. If you're strong enough, you can commit murder and arson. If you're not strong enough, then behave and don't cause trouble for me." Feng Yun's eyes were very cold, causing Feng Hung to tremble all over. He did not dare to make a sound. Feng Yun then cupped his hands towards Rizu and said calmly, "Senior, I have punished those who should be punished. If you feel that the punishment is not enough, you can kill Feng Hung." Rizu's expression changed as well. He took a deep look at Feng Yun, but did not attack to kill Feng Hung. In the end, Feng Yun's talent was there for all to see. The number 1 on the Earth Carnage rankings all had the potential to challenge the ancient emperor. Rizu could ignore the other Renzu, but he had no choice but to be concerned about the threat of the future ancient emperor. Thinking up to this point, Rizu slowly retracted the lightning that filled the sky and turned back into a middle-aged man. He pointed at Yi Fei and said, "It's up to him to decide whether to kill him or not." Feng Yun looked at Yi Fei in surprise. You actually managed to get Renzu to help. No wonder Baiyan God Emperor lost so miserably. Tell me, what do you want in exchange for letting my brother go? Although Feng Yun was asking Yi Fei, most of his attention was still on Renzu. Obviously, the one who could make Feng Yun compromise in fear was not Yi Fei, but Renzu. Yi Fei was slightly displeased, but Wu Jie kept winking at him, afraid that he would get into a conflict with Feng Yun. Yi Fei sighed. He understood that Feng Yun's words just now were meant to criticize Feng Hung on the surface, but it also contained a warning from Feng Yun. In the end, the current him compared to an Earth Carnage Proclamation's #1 genius like Feng Yun, the disparity was still too great. It was easy for him to kill Feng Hung, but he would definitely have to face the revenge of the Wind and Cloud sect. Moreover, the current Lin Feng did not have the strength to face the simultaneous attacks from the Yin Yang Palace and the Wind Cloud Palace. Rizu was obviously not on the same side as him. Thinking of this, Yi Fei nodded coldly. If you wanted to let Feng Hung go, sure. I only want you to promise that the Wind and Cloud Palace will never set foot in Qing province in the future. How dare you? Who do you think you are? You are not qualified to talk terms with us. Baiyan God Emperor was furious. He had come in anger this time to avenge his son. But now, not only had he failed to avenge his son, he had even been badly injured. Baiyan God Emperor was so angry that his beard was trembling. If he retreated now, it would be a true humiliation. All right, I can guarantee that the Wind and Cloud Palace will never set foot in Qing province again. However, there is a time limit. Before you die, the Wind and Cloud Palace will not set foot in Qing province. But if you die, this agreement will be void. What do you think? Feng Yun said indifferently. His words made Baiyan God Emperor's expression change drastically. Feng Hung ignored the pain of his broken arm and jumped up from the ground. Elder brother, did I allow you to speak? Feng Yun glanced at Feng Hung indifferently. Feng Hung was so frightened that he immediately shut his mouth and didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Although Feng Hung often used Feng Yun's name to act tyrannically outside, when he really faced Feng Yun, even though he was his younger brother, he was sometimes afraid. Baiyan God Emperor was the same. After all, Feng Yun's talent was obvious. He was a future ancient emperor. Even Riza didn't dare to underestimate Feng Yun, let alone Baiyan God Emperor. Since no one has any objections, this matter is settled then. From today onwards, the Wind and Cloud Palace will not send a single soldier into Qing province, unless you die. However, I don't recommend that you stay in Qing province. Qing province is too small compared to your talent. You should go to the Divine Prefecture and compete with those so-called geniuses. Only then can you become the second Rizu of Qing province. Feng Yun looked at Yi Fei indifferently. He wasn't angry or hostile. It was as if he was giving advice to an old friend. However, Yi Fei knew that Feng Yun was proud and aloof. When he mentioned the geniuses of the Divine Prefecture, there was a faint trace of disdain. Obviously, in Feng Yun's eyes, whether it was Yi Fei or the other geniuses of the Divine Prefecture, they were like fleeting clouds. They weren't worthy of being his enemy. This was also the reason why Feng Yun was so calm and collected. However, this reason filled Yi Fei's heart with anger and indifference. However, he didn't say anything. It was a fact that the current him wasn't worthy of Feng Yun's attention. However, this doesn't mean that I won't be able to match you in the future. One day, I will catch up to you and then surpass you. Staring at Feng Yun's disappearing projection, Yi Fei suddenly felt an unprecedented fighting spirit and fighting spirit. Wu Jie couldn't help but have a strange expression when he sensed Yi Fei's fighting spirit. Baiyan Divine Lord and Feng Hung stared at Yi Fei viciously. They had entered the Baiyan nation to show off their strength. However, because of Yi Fei's conditions, they had no choice but to leave with their tails between their legs. This was especially so for Baiyan Divine Lord. The entire Baiyan nation belonged to him, but as the emperor, he had no choice but to leave. Baiyan Divine Lord was so angry that he couldn't take a single step into Qingzhou before Yi Fei died. Yi Fei, just you wait. If you have the guts, hide in Qingzhou for the rest of your life. If you dare to enter the divine prefecture, I, Feng Hung, will make sure you die a horrible death." The huge armored airship of Feng Yunhao rose into the sky and left. On the airship, Feng Hung clutched his broken arm. There was a wolf-like glint in his eyes. Yi Fei couldn't help but shake his head. Compared to Feng Yun, Feng Hung was too far apart in terms of temperament and talent. It was no wonder that Wu Jie had called Feng Hung a spoiled brat. However, Feng Hung no longer had anything to do with him. With Baiyun Divine Lord's retreat, the outcome of the battle in Qingzhou and the Baiyun nation had been determined. Old man Qingyun stood in the sky with an ashen face. When Baiyun Divine Lord left, he had only taken Lord Taoist Qinyang with him. He hadn't taken him or anyone else from Qingyun Pavilion with him. Old man Qingyun's face was filled with despair. At this moment, under the pressure of Yi Fei, Meng Shi, and Rizu, old man Qingyun painfully gave his final order. "Qingyun Pavilion, surrender. Yi Fei, as long as you let my Gao family go, I'm willing to pay any price." Old man Qingyun knelt before Yi Fei in utter humiliation. He still had a glimmer of hope in his heart that Yi Fei would accept him on account of his status as a Lord Taoist. However, after witnessing old man Qingyun's viciousness, how could Yi Fei trust such a person? Moreover, old man Qingyun had no choice but to surrender in the end. If the Baiyun nation was in turmoil again, he would definitely rebel. How could Yi Fei allow such a threat to remain? Chapter 2253. Past events gone with the wind. I'm willing to pledge my loyalty to young Master Yi. Just like Meng Shi, old man Qingyun said impatiently. In his opinion, there were only two options, life or death. If he didn't want to die, if he didn't want the Gao family and Clear Cloud Pavilion to be destroyed, he could only surrender to Yi Fei in exchange for temporary patience. Until now, old man Qingyun still didn't think that Yi Fei could win against Yin Yang Palace and Wind Cloud Pavilion. Although he was abandoned by Baiyun God and ignored by Wind Cloud Pavilion, he still had the thought of betraying them if the situation went south. Old man Qingyun didn't show it, but Yi Fei saw it clearly, and so did Zhao Qianjun. "Junior brother, we can't let this person live," Zhao Qianjun said calmly. "I know. However, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. The Clear Cloud Pavilion still has so many heavenly monarchs. If we push them too far, it will cause us a lot of casualties. Our grudge started because of the Clear Cloud Pavilion. Then, let the Clear Cloud Pavilion end it." Yi Fei took a step forward, his expression cold. "As for old man Qingyun, you seem to have misunderstood. I'm giving you two options. Either you die, or you and the Gao family destroy your own cultivation. I can let you leave Baiyun Nation and Qingzhou safely." This was Yi Fei's real condition. The people of Clear Cloud Pavilion had to destroy their own sky palace and become ordinary people. Old man Qingyun jumped up from the ground when he heard this condition. The elders of the Gao family roared in anger. "Demon Yi, aren't you afraid that we'll fight to the death with you?" "Fight to the death? Does Clear Cloud Pavilion still have the ability to do that?" Yi Fei shook his head, then looked at the Clear Cloud Pavilion army, whose faces were also pale. "I know that many of you were forced to join Clear Cloud Pavilion. I'll give you 3 days to leave Baiyun Nation. Otherwise, you'll end up like Clear Cloud Pavilion. Don't listen to Demon Yi. Destroying our own sky palace is no different from taking our lives. If we work together, we still have a chance of breaking out." The Gao family's elders all stomped their feet. Asking them to cripple their own cultivation was even worse than killing them. But this time, many people in the Clear Cloud Pavilion army no longer obeyed the orders of the Gao family. After all, the people that Yi Fei wanted to cripple were only the direct descendants of the Clear Cloud Pavilion. It had nothing to do with the vassal forces of the Clear Cloud Pavilion. Many of the Lord of Heaven were not fools. They could clearly see that the Gao family elders' instigation was not good. A few of the Lord of Heaven from the Medicine Manor stepped forward and sneered. "It was your Gao family and Clear Cloud Pavilion who offended young Master Yi, not us. From now on, We will leave Clear Cloud Pavilion and leave Bayou Nation immediately." With that, the Lord of Heaven leaped up and fled into the distance as fast as they could. Yi Fei did not chase after them, nor did he give the order to attack them. Seeing that they had successfully left, the entire Clear Cloud Pavilion army was shaken and then collapsed. Other than the direct descendants of the Clear Cloud Pavilion, this army of tens of thousands of cultivators scattered like birds and beasts. The Gao family's elders were all pale with fright. They did not expect Yi Fei to disintegrate their army of tens of thousands with just a few words. At this moment, the Clear Cloud Pavilion had turned from an uncrowned king to a caged beast. "Grand Elder, what should we do? Please think of a way." The Gao family's elders were all panicking. Old Man Qingyun's heart was filled with intense regret. Two streams of hot tears rolled down from his old eyes. "I was wrong. I thought that by sucking up to Bayun God and climbing up the Wind Cloud Palace, Clear Cloud Pavilion would be able to achieve glory. I did not expect that in the end, I would personally push Clear Cloud Pavilion to its end. Since I was wrong, I have to bear the consequences." Bam! Old Man Qingyun had destroyed his Heaven Palace. Following the destruction of his Heaven Palace, the Fate Wheel, the Heavenly Bridge, and the Tao Platform all collapsed. Old Man Qingyun went from being a Tao Lord to an ordinary martial artist. Because he had destroyed his Heaven Palace, he would never be able to cultivate again. Now, if you don't want to die, destroy your Sky Palaces. If you want to die, you can fight on your own. Old Man Qingyun instantly aged a few hundred years. He silently retreated and staggered into the distance. Patriarch, countless Gao clan disciples and elders cried out in pain, their hearts filled with hatred and despair. However, not a single one of them actually charged forward to fight Yi Fei and Lin Feng. In their despair, they all destroyed their own Heaven Palaces and left in a sorrowful manner. Is there no one in the huge Clear Cloud Pavilion who is willing to fight to the death? Old Man Qingyun's face was filled with despair. He knew that the moment the Clear Cloud Pavilion self-destructed, the Clear Cloud Pavilion had completely collapsed. Forget about making a comeback in the future. The Gao clan might not even be able to survive after leaving the Qingzhou region. Looking at the Gao family leaving, Di Fan and Lu Qing sighed. Zhao Qianjun and Fu Renjie's eyes were solemn. Even if Old Man Qingyun destroyed his own cultivation, his knowledge as a Tao Lord is still there. It's inevitable that he will help the Gao family rise again. He won't have that chance anymore. Clear Cloud Pavilion has dominated the Bayou Nation for many years. They even joined forces with the imperial family of the Sky River to take over the Medicine Manor and refine corpse soldiers. If I'm not wrong, the Lord of Heaven who betrayed Clear Cloud Pavilion won't let Old Man Qingyun and the Gao family continue to exist. Zhao Qianjun shook his head coldly. Yi Fei nodded silently, agreeing with Zhao Qianjun's analysis. Only the Divine Bull and the 4 Divine Beasts refused to believe it. If death is inevitable, why would Old Man Qingyun destroy his Sky Palace? Wouldn't it be better to fight to the death? Zhao Qianjun shook his head. Clear Cloud Pavilion has dominated the Bayou Nation for too long. They have lost the courage they had when they attacked the Bayou Nation. Moreover, Clear Cloud Pavilion will be annihilated if they fight against us. Against other opponents, the Gao family will still have a chance to survive. The Divine Bull and the 4 Divine Beasts still refuse to believe it. Elk ran like a deer, turning into a white shadow and chasing after the departing Clear Cloud Pavilion cultivators. 3 days later, Elk finally returned. He brought the Divine Bull and the 4 Divine Beasts an important piece of information. On the day the Gao family left the Bayou Nation, the first few Lord of Heaven who betrayed Clear Cloud Pavilion joined forces and attacked Old Man Qingyun. In that battle, Old Man Qingyun and the upper echelons of the Gao family were all killed. Less than 1 in 10 managed to escape the pursuit of the traitors. At this point, the Clear Cloud Pavilion that once dominated the Bayou Nation was completely gone. At the same time, Yi Fei announced that the Bayou Nation and the Tianwu Nation were officially merged and renamed as the Tianwu Nation. From then on, the Qingzhou Nation became a tripartite state. The soaring serpent also became the guardian serpent of the nation. It stayed in the Tianwu nation to ensure the safety of the nation. Chapter 2254. Lord Pan's palace, the Tian Fa Quasi-Emperor, and Shang Jing were in charge of assisting Zhao Sheng in managing the country's affairs as the left and right prime ministers. The only unexpected thing was that the Grand Principal gave up on his authority and enthusiastically decided to establish a new academy with Jiangzhen. The name of the academy was still the Divine Star Academy, but the concept of the academy was vastly different. During this period, Yi Fei even ordered people to collect all the martial arts in the entire Tianwu kingdom and place them in the Divine Star Academy. Lin Tianjiao, Dongfang Yu, Luo Shi, Xiajun, the Army of Destruction, Shuiyu, and many other good friends in the Earth Domain began to enter the academy to systematically cultivate these martial arts, hoping to have the opportunity to break through to the Lord of Heaven in the future. Yi Shaochan and Lu Qing also chose to stay in the academy. However, they were not disciples but teachers. They would cultivate in the academy for a period of time before deciding on their future direction. What surprised Yi Fei was that Zhao Qianjun and Fu Renjie actually rejected the high positions in the Tianwu kingdom and did not enter the Divine Prefecture. Instead, they joined forces to go to the famous demon Dao Holy Land in the Heaven Domain, the Demon Province, to find their own opportunities. In the end, even Di Fan and Pang Bei said that they wanted to enter the Divine Prefecture in advance. Di Fan wanted to go to the Divine Prefecture to find his sage path. As for Pang Bei, he wanted to find Shangluo. After all, Pang Bei had the best relationship with Shangluo when he was in the true martial sacred academy. In Pang Bei's eyes, besides Yi Fei, Shangluo was the best to him. Yi Fei couldn't help but feel a little sad as he watched his friends leave. What was even more strange was that Xiao Chao had told him recently that the dragon turtle had become depressed after losing weight. It didn't eat anything else and rarely ate magnetite anymore. This made Xiao Chao very anxious. When Ling Siki discovered that the dragon turtle had become thinner, she burst into tears. This made Yi Fei speechless. However, no matter how speechless he was, there were some things that had to be faced. After settling the matters of the Tianwu kingdom, Yi Fei had already entered the newly established Divine Star Academy. However, the location of this academy was not in the imperial city of the Heavenly River Empire, nor was it in the Green Cloud City. It was in the Forest Peak. This way, the secret of the Grotto Heaven world could be concealed to the greatest extent. Similarly, if something went wrong, everyone could use the Heavenly Tao Tree to retreat to the Earth Domain as quickly as possible. This way, they could attack or retreat. Of course, in order to achieve such favorable conditions and even turn Lin Feng into their headquarters in the land, there was one more person that Yi Fei had to deal with. That person was Rizu. At this moment, Rizu was occupying the peak of the Forest Peak. Intentionally or otherwise, he was blocking the entrance to the Grotto Heaven world. His threat was very obvious. Yi Fei could not help but smile bitterly. Rizu, it's useless for you to block the entrance all day long. I'll still say the same thing. I'll give you the antidote. If you don't believe me, I can make an oath. However, not now. After all, you're too strong. If you recover your cultivation and turn around to destroy us, we won't even have the strength to resist. Yi Fei, to think that you call yourself an honest person. Tell me, how many losses have I suffered in your hands? I heard that you human emperors make oaths like farts. Whoever believes you is the unluckiest person in the world. I definitely won't believe you. Rizu shook his head fiercely. Yi Fei's expression darkened. In his heart, he cursed Wang Bai for being a good-for-nothing. The human emperor's reputation had been ruined by Wang Bai. I don't know where Wang Bai is hiding in the heavenly realm. However, the human demon is a major figure in the demonic path. It seems that only the demon province can tolerate him. Suddenly, Yi Fei began to look forward to Fu Renjie and Zhao Qianjun entering the demon province. However, when he saw Rizu's ugly expression, Yi Fei was forcefully pulled back to reality. Then, Rizu, you tell me what we should do. However, I'll say the ugly words first. Before I have the ability to protect myself, I definitely won't dare to give you the complete antidote. Yi Fei's attitude was very firm. This determination made Rizu suddenly feel like swallowing Yi Fei whole without chewing. However, when he thought about how he still needed Yi Fei to cure the poison of the void, Rizu suppressed his anger and unhappily compromised. Fine, I'll take it that I'm afraid of you. However, you're right. You don't trust me, and I don't trust you even more. Only when we establish mutual trust can I cure the poison with peace of mind, and you can also pursue your martial path without worry. Therefore, I've thought of a way to achieve the best of both worlds. That is, we'll become true martial brothers. Senior brother, why do you say that? We're martial brothers to begin with, Yi Fei said, puzzled. Shut up. Who's your senior brother? How can you trick your senior brother like this? It would have been better if he hadn't said anything. Once he did, Rizu flew into a rage. He held back his anger for a long time and said, passing the test is only the first step for you to join the heavenly palace of despair. If you want the golden body of despair's divine Lord Scroll, you still need to pass the second test. Once you pass this test, you and I will be official martial brothers. Although I'm a little unscrupulous, I've always been unscrupulous. Rizu solemnly made this promise. Yi Fei also perked up when he heard this. The Lord of Heaven Scroll's golden body of despair could allow him to block a Tao Lord's attack as an early-stage Lord of Heaven. Then, how powerful would the Divine Lord Scroll's golden body of despair be? Without thinking, Yi Fei said encouragingly, what's the second test? Senior brother, please tell me. I'll pass it immediately. Rizu's face twitched. He couldn't resist Yi Fei's thick skin and could only ignore him. Before the heavenly palace of despair was destroyed, the palace lord had already sensed it. I only found out later that before the main heavenly palace of despair was destroyed, there were many heavenly palace branches that were hidden according to the palace lord's orders. Back then, I tried to contact these heavenly palace branches, but they always thought that I was a deserter and didn't accept me at all. And your second test is to enter one of the heavenly palace of despair. If you're lucky enough, you can become an official member of the heavenly palace of despair. At that time, I'll recognize you as my junior brother. Rizu looked at Yi Fei with a serious expression. Yi Fei understood in his heart that letting him pass the test was secondary. Letting him act as a matchmaker and mend a relationship between Rizu and the heavenly palace of despair's heavenly palace of despair was very likely Rizu's true motive. However, Yi Fei didn't refuse. After all, if he wanted to continue cultivating the golden body of despair, then he had to obtain the Divine Lord Scroll's cultivation technique. Yi Fei even had a faint guess that the reason the Heavenly Palace of Despair hid these Heavenly Palace of Despair back then was to disperse and hide the martial arts and mystiques of the Heavenly Palace of Despair so that they could make a comeback. However, since Riza didn't say it, it wasn't appropriate for him to ask. He only nodded and said, "Where's that Heavenly Palace of Despair? How can I enter it?" Riza took out a map and said, "The Heavenly Palace of Despair is where the Divine Lord Scroll is hidden. It's in the Divine Continent City of Divine Kings. The City of Divine Kings is a very powerful ancient city. Not only does it have the Heavenly Palace of Despair, it also has the Divine King Palace and other powerful forces. Therefore, you have to be careful. You mustn't expose the relationship between the Heavenly Palace of Despair and the Heavenly Palace of Despair." Chapter 2255. City of Divine Monarchs. What? Lord Pan's Palace, City of Divine Monarchs? That's where the Palace of Divine Monarchs is stationed? Yi Fei was truly shocked this time. After all, Lu Qing had told him that Zhao Yu was in the Palace of Divine Monarchs. Didn't that mean that if he entered the City of Divine Monarchs, it was very likely that he would meet Zhao Yu again? Yi Fei was agitated, and his expression became extremely determined. "I'm definitely going to the City of Divine Monarchs." Rizu's eyelids twitched violently as he hurriedly reminded, "Yi Fei, I'm asking you to cultivate at Lord Pan's palace, not to stir up trouble. Do you think that you're a genius just because you were praised by Feng Yun, the #1 on the Earth Carnage roll? If that's the case, you're gravely mistaken. Rizu pointed out sternly. You're invincible in Green Province because Green Province's martial path Abhijna is inferior to the Divine Land. Bloodline martial artists are also extremely rare. However, the Divine Land is different. It's full of outstanding people, and martial artists with powerful bloodlines can be found everywhere. With your initial Lord of Heaven strength, you can even easily kill a Tao Lord by relying on external forces. However, if you encounter a bloodline martial artist, it'll be very difficult for you to fight above your level. The stronger the bloodline martial artist, the more terrifying their combat strength. Take that Feng Yin, for example. His bloodline is very terrifying. I'm guessing that even an ordinary Divine Lord would find it difficult to kill him. Of course, Rizu wasn't saying all this because he was concerned about Yi Fei. He was purely worried that if Yi Fei died too quickly, he wouldn't be able to obtain the antidote for the poison of the void. This was also the reason why Rizu wanted Yi Fei to go to Lord Pan's palace. After all, Yi Fei was running around the Divine Land and could easily be killed by Fengyan Hall or Yinyang Palace. However, in Lord Pan's palace, Yi Fei could still receive a certain degree of care on account of Yi Fei cultivating the golden body of despair. However, Rizu wouldn't say all this. Yi Fei was too lazy to ask. As long as he knew that Zhao Yu was in the city of God Monarchs, it was worth it for him to go. Ever since his conversation with Rizu, Yi Fei had been busy preparing to enter China. First, he bade farewell to Grand Supreme, Yuan Zhan, and the others. Then he took some time to teach Yi Xiaochan a new golden body of despair. Finally, Yi Fei and Yi Jian made arrangements for the family Yi and the Treant warrior. Only then did he set off for the Divine Prefecture. However, before leaving, Rizu not only wanted to return to the Celestial Gate, but he also wanted to take the Blood Steel. Rizu's reason was very simple. As the saying goes, an ordinary man's wealth is his own ruin. If the major powers in the Divine Prefecture knew that Yi Fei had the Gate of Immortal Essences, they would most likely make a move to seize it. Not just the Gate of Immortal Essences, but also the Blood Steel and Rizu. The reason was that the Blood Steel belonged to the Demon Province. Since ancient times, the Demon Province and the Divine Prefecture had been at loggerheads with each other. If Yi Fei was in the Divine Prefecture, he wouldn't even know when he would be beaten to death for using an evil item from the Demon Province. It was safer to leave such a dangerous item in Rizu's hands. However, no matter how Yi Fei looked at it, he felt that Rizu was using his position to avenge a personal grudge. He was taking revenge for being robbed last time. What was depressing was that if the Tianwu Kingdom wanted to develop in the Qing Province, they couldn't avoid Rizu. Yi Fei had no choice but to leave these two treasures behind. Without the Blood Steel, Xiao Chao was surprised to find that the dragon turtle, who was still weak a few days ago, suddenly became energetic. Its black mouth moved quickly and stealthily. In the time it took for Xiao Chao to turn around, more than half of the magnetite in the beastmark space had disappeared. The dragon turtle's emaciated shell became glossy again. It didn't look depressed at all. Xiao Chao clicked his tongue in wonder. However, Yi Fei's heart ached. With the Blood Steel suppressing it, if the dragon turtle dared to open its mouth, the Blood Steel would instantly absorb the excess energy from the dragon turtle. This was also the reason why the dragon turtle didn't dare to eat too many magnetite recently. Now that the Blood Steel was gone, the dragon turtle could do whatever it wanted. The dragon turtle had such a huge appetite even before they reached the Divine Prefecture. What would happen when they reached the Divine Prefecture? Yi Fei suddenly wanted to turn back and ask for the Blood Steel back. Unfortunately, the Gate of Immortal Essences had already been taken back by Rizu. Lin Feng's men could only use it. As for Yi Fei, the Realm Gate had already been opened. There was no reason for him to go back on his word. In his dejection, Yi Fei could only ask Xiao Chao to keep an eye on the dragon turtle's black mouth. Then, he stepped into the Realm Gate and entered a new ancient city. This ancient city was the city of the Divine Monarchs. However, This ancient city didn't completely belong to the Divine Monarch Palace. Apart from the Divine Monarch Palace, there were many other factions that weren't much weaker than the Divine Monarch Palace. There were also many powerful family clans. Any one of them would be an overlord faction in the Azure Prefecture. It was only because the Divine Monarch Palace belonged to the top 10 factions that they were given the name of the ancient city. Similarly, there were 9 other ancient cities in the Divine Prefecture. They were the City of 10,000 Swords, Yin Yang City, Heavenly Spiral City, Royal Soldier City, Royal Elixir City. These were the territories of the top 10 factions. At that moment, in the Grand Hall of the Divine Monarch Palace, Purple Moon was in high spirits. She was telling a woman about what had happened in Supreme Emperor Heaven. This woman was covered with a light veil, making it impossible to see her face clearly. However, just by feeling her temperament, she gave off a kind of elegant and refined beauty that was astonishing. Upon seeing this beauty, Purple Moon couldn't help but feel a little jealous and indignant. Before Zhao Yu had arrived, she had been a well-known beauty in the Divine Monarch Palace. However, when Zhao Yu arrived, she was like a firefly meeting the bright moon. She didn't have the courage to compete. What Purple Moon found even more unacceptable was the powerful bloodline talent that Zhao Yu had displayed. Even the Palace Lord of the Divine Monarch Palace had been alarmed. He hadn't hesitated to personally come forward and accept Zhao Yu as his disciple. His status was unknowingly several levels higher than Purple Moon's. As a result, even the daughter of an elder like Purple Moon could only think of ways to curry favor with Zhao Yu. When Zhao Yu said that he wanted to hear about Purple Moon's experiences in Supreme Emperor Heaven, Purple Moon immediately recounted everything. She couldn't help but mention the geniuses of the Supreme Emperor Heaven. For example, Yang Ming, Wu Jie, Scapegoat King Yao Lei, and the Warlord Palace's Zhan Feng were all outstanding geniuses that Purple Moon emphasized. However, Zhao Yu brushed them off with a smile. He didn't pay too much attention to them. Instead, he asked casually, "By the way, I heard from Chen Huan that you met someone in Supreme Emperor Heaven called Yi Fei?" Zhao Yu asked casually. However, under the veil, her expression revealed a trace of nervousness. Purple Moon didn't notice it, but her expression turned slightly ugly. Chen Huan was the senior brother that she had invited to Supreme Emperor Heaven. In the end, her senior brother had suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of Zhan Feng, causing her to lose the opportunity to obtain the ancient Imperial Seal's recognition and directly break through to the Lord of Heaven. What Purple Moon found even more intolerable was that Chen Huan had actually used the matter of Supreme Emperor Heaven to curry favor with Zhao Yu. Purple Moon felt very uncomfortable. There is indeed such a person. However, he is only a minor character in Qing Zhou. There is nothing much to say. Furthermore, he is a very promiscuous person. The first time I met him, he deliberately got close to me and even lied to me that he was from the Sword Palace. In the end, when I turned around, there was an additional woman by his side. An additional woman? Chapter 2256. Yan Bingzhaoyu's question made Ziyu feel very strange. In the Divine King Palace, Zhao Yu had always been very cold. He rarely got close to others, and those who pursued Zhao Yu were like carps crossing the river. There were even rumors that the Wind Cloud Hall had once wanted Feng Yin to have a marriage alliance with Zhao Yu, but was rejected by the Divine King Palace. Only the ancient emperor is worthy of Zhao Yu. These were the original words of the Divine King Palace's Palace Master. It also contained the Palace Master's intense expectations for Zhao Yu. However, Zhao Yu was not interested in such expectations. He would often be in a daze by himself. No one knew what Zhao Yu was thinking. However, Ziyu's woman's intuition still made her feel that Zhao Yu seemed to be overly concerned about Yi Fei. It's really strange. Why would Zhao Yu be concerned about a small character like Yi Fei? Could it be that they knew each other in the past? Ziyu thought to herself before shaking her head vigorously. She felt that she was overthinking. After all, from Ziyu's point of view, Yi Fei was a little grasshopper on the ground, while Zhao Yu was an ice and fire phoenix in the sky. The difference in status between the two of them was too great. Perhaps Zhao Yu was just bored in the Divine King Palace and casually found something to do to pass the time. After all, for a beauty like her, other than Feng Yin, who was ranked first on the Earth Carnage ranking, who else could be worthy of her? Chapter 2257. Wang Xiu Yifei was completely depressed. He knew that it would be hard to get rid of his spoiled brat identity. However, he had only met the girl by chance. It was basically impossible for them to meet again in the future. Yifei didn't think much of it. He followed the directions on the map and asked a few people along the way. Finally, he found the location of the Lord Pan Palace. The architectural style of the Lord Pan Palace was actually similar to the academy. There were still many people gathered at the entrance. Yifei immediately saw the girl in the red dress in the crowd. He couldn't help but have a strange expression. Sensing that someone had noticed her, the girl in the red dress also turned her head and looked at Yifei in horror. Then, there was a faint flame of anger in the girl's eyes that was about to explode. Yifei secretly cursed that he was indeed unlucky to have met someone like this. If he was scolded by this girl in front of everyone, his spoiled brat identity would be impossible to wash away. At this critical moment, Yifei could only let the dragon turtle take action again. He threw the dragon turtle over and quickly explained, "The vicious beasts don't lie. Ask it if I've mistreated it. Also, I'm here to study at the Lord Pan Palace. I don't have any ulterior motives towards you. Little turtle, don't be afraid. If this spoiled brat dares to mistreat you, I'll definitely stand up for you." Yin Bing held the dragon turtle. She couldn't hide the fondness in her eyes. For the sake of its future livelihood, the dragon turtle shook its head vigorously, indicating that Yifei didn't mistreat it. It was just that it was a little greedy. Then, it acted cute and coquettishly. It made Yin Bing's originally cold expression reveal a bright smile. The more she looked at the dragon turtle, the more she liked it. She was no longer so hostile towards Yifei. Yifei took the opportunity to ask, "Right? Why are there so many people outside the Lord Pan Palace? Why aren't you guys going in?" "That's a good question. Little Bai, are you used to staying at home?" Although the Lord Pan Palace is the same as the academy and doesn't forbid anyone from entering to study, only those who pass the test can enter to cultivate. You also need to pay a fee. Yin Bing rolled her eyes. But in order to hold the dragon turtle for a while longer, she still answered Yifei's question unhurriedly. Only now did Yifei know that the Lord Pan Hall was different from other factions. Not only was it open to all martial artists, but it also forbade other factions from joining. However, this is also a smart move by the Lord Pan Palace. After all, the more open a force is, the more people will join it, and the less suspicious it will be. Yifei nodded silently. He was also very impressed with the person who had made this decision. By the way, what is the test for the Lord Pan Hall? It's very simple. In a while, you'll go up and test your bloodline potential. As long as your bloodline potential reaches 3 stars, you'll be able to enter the Lord Pan Palace to cultivate. In the future, you'll be able to rely on the Lord Pan Palace's bloodline, divine, runes to awaken your power to a higher level. Yin Bing rolled her eyes and looked at Yifei with a strange expression. This guy was quite pleasing to the eye, but why did he ask such stupid questions? Could it be that this guy didn't come to the Lord Pan Palace to improve his bloodline at all, but for another purpose? Yin Bing couldn't help but look at him with disdain. You are not here to learn. You are just like the other spoiled brats. You are here for the Lord Pan's daughter, right? The Lord Pan's daughter has nothing to do with me. I am here for the Lord Pan Palace, Yifei said frankly. What he said was the truth. He had only come to the Lord Pan Palace to obtain the Divine Lord Scroll's golden body of despair. Yin Bing felt that not only was Yifei a spoiled brat, but he was also very arrogant. However, they weren't very familiar with each other, so she couldn't say much. Soon, more and more martial artists arrived at the Lord Pan Palace. A few older Tao Lord experts also walked out of the Lord Pan Palace and announced in a deep voice, "The test for the Lord Pan Palace this time can begin." However, the resources of the Lord Pan Palace are limited. We can't help everyone improve their bloodline. So whether you can improve your bloodline after entering the Lord Pan Palace is more up to you. Oh right, the one with the highest bloodline potential in this test will have the opportunity to cultivate with the Lord Pan's daughter. You must seize this opportunity. Before the Tao Lords finished speaking, the entire crowd burst into an uproar. Some people even cheered like wolves. Yifei finally understood why so many people had gathered at the Lord Pan Palace. A small half of them were here to find a way to improve their bloodline, while the rest were probably here for the Lord Pan's daughter. As soon as the rules of the Lord Pan Palace were announced, Yifei saw the crowd rush forward, fighting to be the first to test their bloodline potential. Seeing that Yifei didn't go forward, Yin Bing couldn't help but feel curious. Aren't you going up? If you don't hurry up, the opportunity to spend time with Bai Yanran may be snatched away by others. Yifei couldn't help but feel curious. Is Bai Yanran very beautiful? Of course. In the entire city of divine monarchs, Bai Yanran is the most beautiful woman. It was only after Zhao Yu appeared that Bai Yanran was overshadowed. Yin Bing's expression was indifferent. Hearing this, Yifei perked up and hurriedly asked, I'm not interested in Bai Yanran. Can you tell me more about Zhao Yu? Yin Bing couldn't help but have a strange expression. Don't tell me that you're thinking of hitting on Zhao Yu before you've even met Bai Yanran. You men are really bad. You haven't even had a taste of what's in the bowl, yet you're already thinking of what's in the pot. I think you've misunderstood. Strictly speaking, my relationship with Zhao Yu is a little complicated, so I want to know more about her. Yifei was very depressed and felt that he had to explain. Hearing this explanation, Yin Bing almost smacked Yifei in the face with the dragon turtle. She stared at him speechlessly and said, You're too thick-skinned. You and Zhao Yu are clearly lovers. Why are you hiding it? How did you know? Yifei looked at Yin Bing in shock. Dong, the dragon turtle, who was in Yin Bing's arms, suddenly slipped and fell to the ground. The dragon turtle's face darkened and Yin Bing almost fainted. She was just joking and Yifei was actually so serious. How thick-skinned did he have to be to say something like that? Yin Bing felt that not only was Yifei a spoiled brat, but he was also a very pompous, boastful, and narcissistic spoiled brat. If it weren't for the dragon turtle, she wouldn't even want to talk to Yifei. Just as Yin Bing and Yifei were talking, a young man in a green shirt suddenly walked over from nearby. He had an extraordinary temperament. Yin Bing, I didn't expect you to come to the Lord Pan Hall. It seems like you haven't given up. Also, who is this man? It's not good for you to interact with other men like this, the young man in green said in an interrogative tone. Yin Bing's expression suddenly became cold again. She picked up the dragon turtle again and said, Who am I talking to? It's not up to you to tell me what to do. Also, the Lord Pan Hall is open to any cultivator. If you can come, why can't I? Humph, I'm just reminding you out of goodwill. I will tell the family about what happened today. And you'd better stay away from Yin Bing. Otherwise, you will suffer the wrath of both the family Wang and the Yin family. After giving Wang Xiao a warning, the azure-clad youth turned around and left, heading for the Lord Pan Palace. Everywhere the azure-clad youth passed, the cultivators in the queue made way for him. Many people even greeted him in a fawning manner. It's young Master Wang Xiao. If you join the Lord Pan Hall, then the opportunity to cultivate with Fairy Yanran will definitely belong to young Master Wang Xiao. Not at all. I'm just here because of the reputation and want to improve my bloodline. Of course, if I really have the opportunity to cultivate with Fairy Yanran, it'll be my fortune. Chapter 2258. Fourth grade bloodline. Wang Xiao enjoyed the feeling of being watched, but he was slightly disappointed that Bai Yanran didn't appear. Under the guidance of the Lord of Lord Pan Palace, Wang Xiao placed his hand on the testing crystal ball. The entire crystal ball immediately burst into a dazzling 5-colored light. Oh my god, Wang Xiao actually has the potential of 6th grade bloodline. Doesn't this mean that if he succeeds in the bloodline spirit attachment, there's a high chance that his bloodline will be upgraded to a 7th grade bloodline? Many people were moved by the bloodline potential that Wang Xiao had tested. Seeing Wang Xiao's bloodline talent, Yin Bing's expression became gloomy, full of frustration and unwillingness. At this moment, Wang Xiu also turned to look at Yin Bing and said coldly, "Yin Bing, now you know the difference between us. It's your fortune to be able to enter my family, Wang. Take care of yourself." Yin Bing clenched her teeth and didn't say anything. She just walked towards the testing crystal ball in a fit of pique and then pressed her hand on it with all her strength. Boom! The entire crystal immediately burst into a dazzling light. But this light was still far inferior to the light that Wang Xiu had just released. In the end, the light of the crystal condensed into 4 stars. This meant that Yin Bing's bloodline talent was only a 4th grade bloodline talent. Even if she could upgrade another grade in Lord Pan Palace, there was still a huge gap between her and Wang Xiu. Yin Bing's expression became gloomy. After all, they were acquaintances. Yifei still walked over and said, "Don't be discouraged. Isn't there a way to upgrade your bloodline in Lord Pan Palace? As long as you can think of a way to upgrade your bloodline by 3 grades, you can still catch up. It's not that easy. You don't have to comfort me. I know my own situation. All right, you should go up too." Yin Bing didn't want to say too much and consciously gave her position to Yifei. Yifei could only shrug helplessly. Since Yin Bing didn't want to say anything, he couldn't ask too much. He could only walk over and put his hand on the crystal ball as well. Boom! The entire crystal ball suddenly emitted a strong suction force, as if it was absorbing the hidden bloodline power in his body. However, this force wasn't something that the crystal ball could withstand. Yifei only felt that the power in his body was disturbed. The entire crystal ball had already let out a loud bang. What's going on? The crystal ball actually shattered? What? That person is actually capable of shattering the crystal ball? Exactly what level is his bloodline? Outside the Lord Pan Palace, countless people were astonished. After all, this was the first time the crystal ball had been shattered in the Lord Pan Palace. Yin Bing stared at Yifei in disbelief. Wasn't this guy just a second generation who liked to talk big? Was his bloodline really that powerful? Wang Xiu's originally smug expression turned serious as he stared at Yifei. Then, he noticed the abnormality in the crystal ball. No great. The Dao Lords of the Lord Pan Palace were astonished. They couldn't figure out why Yifei's level didn't appear before the crystal ball shattered when he unleashed such terrifying power. Yifei was also very depressed. He had only casually tested his bloodline, but he had actually shattered the crystal ball. Moreover, he was not a high-profile person. The Lightning Ancestor had also warned him that it was best not to be too high-profile when he arrived at the Lord Pan Palace. Thinking of this, Yifei immediately showed an embarrassed expression. "Senior, I'm sorry. It was my first time testing, and I don't have any experience. As a result, I used too much force and shattered the crystal ball. How about I test it again?" Yin Bing was already in a bad mood, but when she heard Yifei's words, she couldn't help but laugh. Everyone else was stunned and reacted one after another. Yifei didn't rely on bloodline to shatter the crystal ball, but brute force. Wang Xiu's nervous expression immediately relaxed. He shook his head and said disdainfully, "He must have come from one of those small places again. He doesn't even know how to use a testing crystal. Yin Bing, you don't have a good eye for people." Yin Bing's face paled, but she couldn't find a reason to refute. After all, in her eyes, Yifei liked to boast. She couldn't help but look at Yifei nervously. The Lord Pan Palace also changed a new crystal and placed it in front of Yifei. Yifei stretched his hand out. With the previous experience, Yifei didn't dare to let the crystal fully stimulate the earthly emperor bloodline in his body. Instead, the moment he felt the suction force from the crystal, Yifei immediately let go of his hand. Boom! Even so, the crystal still exploded with dazzling light. Then, 4 stars appeared in midair. 4th grade bloodline, the Dao Lords of the Lord Pan Palace were slightly disappointed. Wang Xiu sneered when he saw the potential of Yifei's bloodline. He no longer paid attention to Yifei. On the other hand, Yin Bing was slightly surprised when she saw the potential of Yifei's bloodline. She said, "You only have a 4th grade bloodline. How can you admit that you and Zhao Yu are lovers?" "I'm telling the truth. Why can't I admit it?" Yifei looked at Yin Bing in confusion. Yin Bing was suddenly speechless. She felt that Yi Fei didn't just like to boast. He was also very thick-skinned. Yin Bing had the urge to beat him up when she saw Yi Fei bragging so seriously. Yi Fei was very depressed. Why was it that no one believed him when he was telling the truth? Of course, he also thought about going to the deity king's palace to find Zhao Yu directly. However, he resisted the thought in the end. After all, the difference between his status and Zhao Yu's was too great. If he went to the deity king's palace rashly, he would probably be chased out before he could even see Zhao Yu. Moreover, he was a surviving member of the Sky Palace of Despair and had offended the Wind Cloud Palace and the Yin Yang Palace. Without absolute strength to protect himself, Yi Fei didn't want to drag Zhao Yu into this mess. While Yi Fei was chatting with Yin Bing, he didn't know that his first shattering of the crystal ball had already alarmed a woman in the Lorpan Palace. She was an elegant and refined fairy girl. Her eyes were bright and her features were picturesque. She stared blankly at Yi Fei's shattered crystal ball and said in surprise, "Someone actually managed to shatter a crystal ball. Why didn't anyone report to me about such a powerful bloodline?" Uncle Bai immediately called over a Dao Lord who was in charge of the test. The Dao Lord smiled bitterly and recounted the process of Yi Fei's test. He also emphasized that Yi Fei only had a 4th-grade bloodline during the second test. Uncle Bai smiled bitterly and said helplessly, "I thought that a peerless genius had come, but it turns out that he's just a hothead. A 4th-grade bloodline isn't bad, but it's not outstanding either. It's just below average." "Uncle Bai, I don't think so. Please bring me another crystal ball." Bai Yinran's beautiful eyes flashed. She took the crystal ball and said, "Uncle Bai, look carefully." Boom! A shocking bloodline power suddenly erupted from Bai Yinran's body and blasted towards the crystal ball. However, the crystal ball didn't reject it. It completely endured the power and didn't shatter. How can this be? Could that kid? Chapter 2259. Have another agenda by. Yinran pointed to the crystal ball and said, "Considering the large number of people taking the test this time, I didn't use an ordinary test crystal, but a divinity crystal. There are only 2 possibilities for such a divine crystal to shatter. The first is that the other party has the combat strength of a divine lord and can use brute force to shatter the divine crystal. The second is that the other party's bloodline strength is too high, surpassing the limits of what the divine crystal can withstand. This is why the divine crystal shatters." After hearing this analysis, Uncle White immediately looked at the Dao monarch in shock. When he shattered the god crystal, did you see him use a divine ability? No, he just put his hand on it, and the divine crystal suddenly shattered. We always thought that he didn't know how to test it, and accidentally shattered it with brute force. The Dao Lord's forehead was drenched in cold sweat. Of course, he did not believe that Yi Fei was a divine lord. However, there was only one possibility. Yi Fei's bloodline was too high level, which caused the divine crystal to explode. But why is it that his second test only revealed the potential of a 4th-grade bloodline? The Dao Lord couldn't help but feel puzzled. That's simple. Bai Yinran reached out her hand toward the crystal ball and tapped it lightly. Then, she removed her hand. The crystal ball immediately burst into a ball of divine light, and the evaluation of her 4th-grade bloodline appeared. Then, Bai Yinran reached out her hand again. This time, she touched the crystal ball for a longer time. Soon, her bloodline evaluation changed from 4th grade to 7th grade. Boom! Finally, when her hand completely grasped the crystal ball, divine light suddenly burst out from her body, and her bloodline rank also rose from the 7th grade to the 8th grade. He must have used this sort of method to conceal his bloodline rank. Uncle Bai, immediately go and investigate that person. His bloodline rank has already reached its limit. There's simply no need for him to increase his bloodline rank. I suspect that he came to our Lord Pan's palace with some other purpose. Miss, don't worry. If he really has any designs on you, even if he's a divine lord, we still have ways to kill him. Uncle White's body suddenly exploded with killing intent. After all, the Lord Pan Palace was just a cover. Their true identity was a branch of the heavenly palace of despair. Uncle Bai had never forgotten that. Bai Yanran was expressionless as she walked out of the Lord Pan Palace. She wanted to test Yi Fei further, but many people misunderstood. Fairy Yanran must have come for Wang Xiao. After all, a 6th grade bloodline. She'll be a 7th grade bloodline talent. She's qualified to compete for the Earth ranking on the Earth roll. Brother, Bai Yanran, Bai Yanran. Bai Yanran Wang, Bai Yanran Studio. Wang Xiao, Yanran Wang. Studio was studio. Studio by Yanran was by Yan was studio. Wang Xiao's breathing quickened, especially when he saw Bai Yanran's exquisite body. Therefore, when Bai Yanran Wang Xiao walked out, Wang Xiao was already gracefully welcoming her with a fiery gaze. At the same time, he glanced at Yin Bing provocatively. Yin Bing looked good, but she didn't know what was good for her. Fortunately, she was favored by Bai Yanran, so Wang Xiao didn't think much of Yin Bing. Yin Bing was furious when she saw Wang Xiao's smug look. She turned and left. Out of sight, out of mind. Yi Fei could tell that Yin Bing and Wang Xiao had a conflict, but since Yin Bing didn't want to talk about it, he couldn't ask too much. He could only turn and leave with Yin Bing. I'm not in a good mood. Please let me be alone, Yin Bing said gloomily. She even asked Yi Fei to leave. Yi Fei was even more depressed. I can leave, but you have to return the dragon turtle to me. Yin Bing realized that she was still hugging the dragon turtle. She wanted to let it go, but she couldn't bear to. Yin Bing gathered her courage and asked, "Are you selling this dragon turtle?" The dragon turtle immediately poked its head out and looked at Yi Fei nervously. "I'm not selling it." Yi Fei was very straightforward. Yin Bing was a little sad when she heard that. She said as she walked, "When I was young, I went to the beach to play. I was attacked by a sea snake and almost lost my life. At that time, no one in my family saved me. Only the dragon turtle that I raised risked its life to fight with the sea snake. In the end, we died together. When I look at Blackie, I think of my dragon turtle." Yi Fei only knew now that Yin Bing liked the dragon turtle for this reason. He was suddenly in a difficult position. He didn't know if he should ask for the dragon turtle back. At this moment, Yin Bing gathered her courage again. She looked at Yi Fei and said, "You must be from outside. The Lord Pan Palace usually doesn't provide accommodation. Why don't you stay at my house for a while?" Speaking of this, Yin Bing's face turned red again. She explained fiercely, "Don't misunderstand. I just want to hold the dragon turtle for a few more days. I don't have any other intentions. Sure, there's free accommodation. It's a waste not to stay." Yi Fei laughed. Although Yin Bing looked fierce, she had a sharp tongue but a soft heart. She was a pure and kind girl. Since she liked the dragon turtle so much, Yi Fei couldn't reject her. Thinking of this, Yi Fei looked at Xiao Chao again. He saw that Xiao Chao was in the beast mark space eating candied haws happily. He couldn't care about the dragon turtle for a while. Yi Fei was relieved. The scale of the Yin clan was much bigger than Yi Fei imagined. The entire Yin clan was like a small country. This was something that the royal families in Qingzhou couldn't compare to. However, Yin Bing's residence wasn't in the center of the Yin clan. Instead, it was in the most remote corner. At the same time, she didn't bring Yi Fei in through the main entrance. Instead, she deliberately chose a side entrance with no one around. To prevent Yi Fei from misunderstanding, Yin Bing explained, "My residence is a little remote. It's mainly because I like peace and quiet. All right, I also have many small animals. I bought those dragon meat buns in the restaurant for them." The small animals that Yin Bing mentioned were actually the vicious beasts and demonic beasts that were abandoned by the noble ladies in the city of the divine kings. They were later picked up by Yin Bing and raised. When they sensed Yin Bing's return, these little vicious beasts immediately ran out happily. Yin Bing also changed her cold exterior. She happily took out all kinds of jerky to feed these little vicious beasts. Looking at these vicious beasts that were satisfied eating jerky and thinking about the dragon turtle that had to eat magnetite for every meal, Yi Fei felt an indescribable bitterness in his heart. At this moment, Yin Bing also led Yi Fei into her courtyard and said, There are many rooms here. It's just that it's a little shabby. I hope you don't mind. I don't mind. However, is it really okay for you to bring me in like this? Even though Yin Bing didn't say it, Yifei could tell that Yin Bing's situation in the Yin clan wasn't very good. Hearing this, Yin Bing's expression dimmed. However, she quickly cheered up and smiled. This is my courtyard after all. As long as I agree, there's no problem. Chapter 2260. Yin Family Conflict. Why are you here? Yin Bing's expression was ugly. Big sister, you can't say that. Although this is your courtyard, it's also our Yin family's property. It's not appropriate for you to let a wild man live here, isn't it? The woman's tone was very sarcastic. Yin Bing's expression turned even colder. She didn't defend herself and only said coldly, "Scram." Hearing this, the woman suddenly became very soft. Like an injured rabbit, she suddenly fell into the arms of the white-haired man. "Zhoulang, we came to see her out of goodwill. She actually scolded me." Yifei felt a little thirsty. He was about to take out some water when he spat it out. He looked at the white-haired old man who was old enough to be the woman's father. He actually called himself Zhoulang. Yifei's expression was very strange. "Who are you? How dare you be so rude in front of me? This is the Yin family. It's not a place where a wild man like you can stay. Zhoulang, help me chase him out." The woman couldn't be angry at Yin Bing. She could only vent her anger on Yifei. An extremely strong aura exploded from the white-haired man's body. "Dao Lord." Yifei was a little surprised. "Since you know, why don't you scram from the Yin family?" The white-haired man glanced at Yifei disdainfully. He was just an early Lord of Heaven. He wasn't interested in fighting. "Yin Yu, that's enough. Yifei is a friend I invited. If you dare to touch him, I will dare to touch you 10 times. Yin Bing snapped her fingers. Near the courtyard, the vicious beasts who were eating quietly just now all rushed over. Although these vicious beasts weren't strong, they had the advantage in numbers. In addition, Yin Bing also exploded with her mid-stage Lord of Heaven cultivation. Yin Yu, who was only 2 people, suddenly changed her expression. She coldly pulled the white-haired man and said, "Yin Bing, you're only stubborn now. Wait until you enter the family Wang. I'll see how you end up. Isn't it all thanks to you that I ended up like this today?" Yin Bing's expression was icy cold, but she was suppressing the anger in her heart as she glared at Yin Yu. Yin Yu was so scared that she took a step back. However, when she saw the grizzled man beside her, she immediately became proud again. She smiled and said, "Elder sister, this is your fault. The family sent you to the family Wang. This is your lifetime of good fortune. Who told you to not be as capable as me to be able to find such a handsome and capable Mr. Right like Mr. Zhou? Your taste seems to have deteriorated recently. You even brought such a rustic man home. If the news spread to the family Wang, it would be really interesting." Leaving behind this threat, Yin Yu hugged the grizzled man's arm and left. Yifei also frowned. Yin Bing's situation in the Yin clan seemed to be more difficult than he had imagined. He began to hesitate whether he should move into the Yin family. After all, it would be easy to make Yin Bing's situation worse. However, Yin Bing, who was in a bad mood, didn't speak to Yifei at all. She just carried the dragon turtle and returned to her room. The group of vicious beasts all looked at Yin Bing worriedly. Yifei was also speechless. Now that Yin Bing had carried the dragon turtle away, he seemed to have no reason to reject Yin Bing's good intentions. Yifei had no choice but to return to his room. He started to cultivate silently. At the same time, he was also thinking about how he could fight his way into the Lord Pan Palace. "I definitely can't reveal my identity directly. After all, in the eyes of the Lord Pan Palace, Rizu is just a deserter. If I say that I was sent by Rizu, not to mention obtaining the Divine Lord Scroll of the Golden Body of Despair, I might even be beaten out of the palace. Looks like I have to think of a way to gain the trust of the Lord Pan Palace first." Yifei thought to himself. At this moment, Xiao Qiao, who was happily eating candied haws, suddenly pricked up his ears. Xiao Qiao ran out and gestured anxiously to Yifei. Yifei was immediately shocked. Was it the dragon turtle that sent out a voice transmission asking for help? Yifei didn't have time to think. He quickly rushed out of the room and ran into Yin Bing's room. However, he realized that the door was tightly shut. He could even hear the dragon turtle's anxious roars coming from inside. The situation was urgent. Yifei quickly kicked open the door. However, he saw that Yin Bing had actually thrown a piece of white silk onto the beam. The dragon turtle and Yifei were very nervous. The scene of her hanging herself from the beam appeared in their minds. Yin Bing, why are you so silly? If you have any difficulties, you can tell me. Why do you have to take things so hard? Yifei quickly reached out and pulled Yin Bing to his side. Yin Bing's eyes widened. What do you mean by taking things so hard? Don't tell me you think I'm going to commit suicide? Ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Yin Bing laughed loudly. However, as she laughed, tears fell from her eyes. She pounced towards Yifei again. Yifei sighed and prepared to let Yin Bing hug him and cry. However, Yin Bing actually ran past him and hugged the dragon turtle. Her tears couldn't stop flowing. The dragon turtle was at a loss. Yifei was a little depressed when Yin Bing flashed past him. However, he had a good impression of Yin Bing. She was a pure and kind girl. Moreover, she even took him in. Seeing that Yin Bing was wearing thin clothes, Yifei thought for a moment. He took off his long robe and covered her body with it. Cry out loud. Perhaps you will feel better. However, there are some problems that you have to face bravely. Tell me, what happened to you? That Yin Yu is your sister, right? Why did she treat you like that? We're not close. Why should I tell you? Yin Bing was still a little embarrassed. After all, this was her private matter. Then you can tell the dragon turtle. Yifei thought of a compromise. He even gave the dragon turtle a look. The dragon turtle immediately rubbed against Yin Bing's body. However, Yin Bing was still wearing Yifei's long robe. The dragon turtle was used to rubbing against Yin Bing. It scratched a hole in the long robe. Yifei's face instantly darkened. Xiao Qiao was also very angry. On the other hand, Yin Bing was amused by the dragon turtle's actions. She also relaxed and said, actually, it's not a big deal. Our Yin clan has a favor to ask of the family Wang. Then, the family Wang proposed a condition. He wants the Yin clan to send a woman into the family Wang. She can't be a servant girl. She must be a young lady with a bloodline. Originally, the family Wang wanted Yin Yu to go. However, she found an old and ugly man from somewhere. He was a Dao Lord with a 5th grade bloodline. Then, Yin Yu suggested that I should go and join the family Wang. Yifei was very puzzled when he heard this. Why would the family Wang want you to join the family Wang? To be a material for their cultivation. The family Wang has an evil technique that can refine the bloodline of others to improve their own. Before me, there were a total of more than 10 young ladies who were sent into the family Wang. Without exception, their bloodlines were refined and they became useless. Of course, this was not the worst. The worst was that these young ladies who became useless would be rewarded to the servants of the family Wang. If they resisted, they would be sold to brothels. Yin Bing's words made Yifei shudder. Chapter 2261. Wang Xiu's Warning. Is there no way to salvage the situation? Yifei couldn't help but ask. Yin Bing raised her head and glanced at Yifei. There is. If I can break through to the 5th grade bloodline, the family won't be able to sacrifice me. Of course, if I could be like Yin Yu and find a 6th grade bloodline martial artist to back me up, the family won't dare to sacrifice me. I can even ask Yin Yu to join the family Wang and let her suffer the consequences of her own actions. Hearing this, Yifei was obviously relieved. It's just a 6th grade bloodline. Have you heard of Wu Jie before? He's my good friend. Why don't I ask him to see if he can be your backing? You actually know Wu Jie from the Earth Carnage ranking? Then you must know Feng Yun, who's #1 on the Earth Carnage ranking. Yin Bing raised her head and looked at Yifei seriously. Yifei was even more surprised. How do you know that I know Feng Yun? Yin Bing smiled. Not only do I know that you know Feng Yun, I also know that you and Zhao Yu are lovers. All right, big talker, it's getting late. You should leave your sleep talk in your dreams. Little Tortoise and I are going to sleep. You should leave quickly. Yin Bing was speechless. She was just joking, but Yi Fei always took it seriously. She felt that Yi Fei really knew how to boast, and it was the kind that didn't even have a draft. As she spoke, she took out a piece of white silk again and dropped it on the beam. Then she took out a hanging basket and tied it to it. Then she happily placed the dragon turtle inside. Yi Fei then realized gloomily that Yin Bing wasn't thinking too hard. She was helping the dragon turtle build its nest. He instantly left gloomily. Before leaving, Yin Bing, who was busy with the hanging basket, suddenly raised her head and looked at Yi Fei's back. Actually, this guy is not bad. Although he's not handsome, he's very comfortable to look at. It's a pity that he only has a 4th grade bloodline. If he has a 6th grade bloodline, even if I have to suffer a little, Yin Bing, will accept it. Little tortoise, don't you think so? Yin Bing kissed the dragon turtle's forehead again. The dragon turtle's face turned ashen. It didn't know if it should tell Yin Bing about Yi Fei's true strength. Yi Fei, who had also walked out of the room, didn't fall to the ground. He had wanted to show off his strength, but after hearing Yin Bing's words, he began to consider whether he should continue to hide his strength. After all, he only sympathized with Yin Bing. He had never thought of marrying her. Forget it. Let's take it one step at a time. After all, this was Yin Bing's family affair. Besides, if Yin Bing could successfully upgrade her bloodline to rank 5 in Lord Pan Palace, the Yin family wouldn't really push Yin Bing into a fire pit. Yi Fei returned to his room and continued cultivating. Yin Bing was also sleeping soundly while hugging the basket. The next day, Yin Bing had already returned to normal. She invited Yi Fei to go to Lord Pan Palace with her. After a day of assessment, the number of martial artists at the entrance of Lord Pan Palace had decreased significantly. However, there were still more than 100 people. The weakest among them had a bloodline of rank 3 or above. This was unimaginable in Qingzhou. Wang Xiu, who had seen Yi Fei the day before, was also in the crowd. He was well-dressed and looked very elegant. At first glance, he looked like a crane in a flock of chickens. When he saw Yi Fei's gaze and saw that there was a large tear on Yi Fei's black robe, Wang Xiu sneered, as expected of someone from small place. Even his clothes are so shabby. Yin Bing, it seems like you don't have good taste. Do you think that you can change your fate by finding a country bumpkin? How naive. The closer you are to him now, the more dangerous your situation will be when you enter the family Wang. Wang Xiu's words seemed to be admonishing her, but they were actually full of warning. Yin Bing's face immediately turned pale. She looked at Yi Fei and subconsciously wanted to distance herself from Yi Fei. She simply liked the dragon turtle and didn't want to implicate Yi Fei. At this moment, a hand patted her shoulder lightly, stopping her in her tracks. Yi Fei shook his head indifferently. Let's go our own way. We can't possibly bark at a stray dog on the side of the road. Boy, you have guts. How dare you call young Master Wang a stray dog? Boom! Wang Xiu's lackeys were all enraged. Yin Bing also looked at Yi Fei in shock. In her impression, Yi Fei was a second-generation rich kid with little ability. Yi Fei humiliated Wang Xiu. Although she felt relieved, she couldn't help but worry for Yi Fei. Yin Bing was even mentally prepared to block in front of Yi Fei if something went wrong and let him escape. At this moment, Yi Fei calmly denied, "You all misunderstood. I wasn't scolding young Master Wang. I was scolding those people who barked at us. All right, young Master Wang is a human. Could it be that he knows how to bark?" Yi Fei's words stunned everyone. Yin Bing couldn't help but laugh out loud. Then, many people laughed as well. They were secretly surprised by Yi Fei's poisonous tongue. After Yi Fei's provocation, if Wang Xiu attacked, he would admit that they were stray dogs barking. But if he didn't attack, he would be scolded for nothing. Those lackeys who wanted to beat Yi Fei up just now were all red in the face. They couldn't think of anything to refute. Wang Xiu stared at Yi Fei with a gloomy gaze. But before he could do anything, someone suddenly shouted, "Bai Yin Ran is here." Boy, count yourself lucky this time. I'm warning you for the last time. Move out of the Yin residence within 3 days and don't have anything to do with Yin Bing. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. Yin Bing, the same goes for you. I'm looking forward to the day you enter the family Wang. He glanced at Yin Bing strangely. Yin Bing was beautiful, but unfortunately, even if she entered the family Wang, he wouldn't be able to possess her. On the other hand, Bai Yinran was even more beautiful than Yin Bing. He was also a core member of the Lord Pan Palace. If they could continue to develop, it would be very beneficial for him and the family Wang. Thinking of this, Wang Xiu's eyes burned with passion. He left with an arrogant expression. But when he was in front of Bai Yinran, Wang Xiu became refined and courteous like a noble. People couldn't help but have a good impression of him. Hypocrite, Yin Bing commented coldly, but her body was trembling slightly. She was a woman. During this period of time, Yin Yu's plot and the pressure from her family had already overwhelmed her. But she still gritted her teeth and persevered, working tirelessly to change her fate. It was also this perseverance that made Yi Fei's sympathy for Yin Bing turn into admiration. This was really a strong girl. Yi Fei patted Yin Bing's shoulder and said, "Don't worry. As long as you don't want to, no one can force you. If you need my help, just let me know." Yin Bing also said seriously, "Yi Fei, when I first met you, I thought you were a pompous second-generation heir. But after interacting with you, I realized that you were actually a good person. You just like to boast too much. Listen to my advice. Don't boast in the future that you and Zhao Yu are a couple. Otherwise, half of the young men in the city of Divine Kings will band together and beat you to death." Yin Bing said this from the bottom of her heart. She really treated Yi Fei as a friend and cared about him. Chapter 2262. Bloodline Pagoda. Bai Yinran felt even more helpless. She had come out twice in a row to find an opportunity to test Yi Fei. After all, Yi Fei's identity was too mysterious. As a branch of the Heavenly Palace of Despair, she had the responsibility to find out Yi Fei's true purpose in coming to Lord Pan's palace. However, every time she came out, Wang Xiu would immediately pester her like a dogskin plaster. Unfortunately, the family Wang was a powerful force in the city of Divine Kings. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Bai Yinran couldn't reject Wang Xiu too much. She could only talk to Wang Xiu gloomily. After that, she found an excuse to return to Lord Pan's palace. However, before she left, Bai Yinran couldn't help but glance at Yi Fei. Strange. Why does this woman keep looking at me? Yi Fei clearly sensed Bai Yinran's gaze and couldn't help but feel puzzled. Yin Bing, on the other hand, put a hand to her forehead and put on a pained expression. Yi Fei, I suddenly realized that not only are you good at bragging, you're also very narcissistic. Seeing that Yi Fei still wanted to explain, Yin Bing threw the dragon turtle onto Yi Fei's shoulder and said, "Stop explaining. If you keep bragging, little turtle will be blown to the sky. Hurry up and go in. Improving your bloodline is more important." As she spoke, Yin Bing couldn't wait to drag Yi Fei in. Wang Xiu also noticed this, and his gaze turned cold. At this time, one of his followers came up and said, "Young Master Wang, that country bumpkin is a bit of an eyesore. Should we find a chance to embarrass him? Forget it. I'll give Yinran some face today. She doesn't want me to cause trouble in Lord Pan's palace." Wang Xiu shook his head calmly. He still wanted to pursue Bai Yinran and didn't want to leave a bad impression. When the other follower heard this, he immediately flattered, "Young Master Wang, I think Bai Yinran is very interested in you. She's a famous cold beauty. However, you came here twice and she came out to see you twice. Especially when she left last time, her gaze seemed to be very fond of you." Really? Wang Xiu's spirits were lifted. He recalled the glance Bai Yinran gave him before she left. It did contain a lot of information. Perhaps she really did have some thoughts about him. Wang Xiu's expression became even more arrogant. He no longer had Yi Fei in his eyes. The Lord Pan Palace's method of improving one's bloodline is very simple, and that is to attach a spirit to one's bloodline. However, the process of attaching a spirit to one's bloodline is very complicated, and one must pass the test to the Bloodline Tower. Now, I'm going to take you to the Bloodline Tower. Inside the tower, you'll be under immense pressure. Once you're able to break through the limits of this pressure, We'll arrange for a spirit enhancement grandmaster to perform spirit enhancement on your bloodline and completely upgrade your bloodline. Under the guidance of a few Dao lords from Lord Pan Hall, the 100 or so people who had passed the test quickly arrived before a blood-red pagoda. The pagoda had 9 floors, representing the 7 limits of bloodlines. Of course, a truly powerful bloodline wasn't as simple as a 7th grade one. However, bloodlines above the 7th grade were innate and couldn't be changed. Only bloodlines below the 7th grade could be improved through heavenly treasures or divine inscriptions. Back in Supreme Emperor Heaven, Yi Fei had seen the power of the ancient emperor's origin. It had raised Jiang Ting and Lu Qing's bloodline grade from the 6th grade to the 7th grade. However, the ancient emperor's origin was too extravagant. Therefore, ordinary bloodline martial artists had to use treasures or divine inscriptions to increase their bloodline grade. Yi Fei couldn't hide his surprise. He hurriedly asked Xiao Chao in the beast-marked space, "Xiao Chao, do you know how to attach a spirit to a bloodline?" Xiao Chao waved his hand, indicating that he didn't know how to do it. Then, he continued to eat the candied haws. Yi Fei almost vomited blood. He muttered to himself, "Isn't the spirit enhancement technique passed down by the spirit immortal race? Why don't they know how to attach a spirit to a bloodline?" "You even know about the spirit immortal race?" That's right. The spirit enhancement technique was passed down by the spirit immortal race. However, the bloodline enhancement technique was deduced by a human ancestor from the spirit enhancement technique. Strange. Why do you always ask such a stupid question? Yin Bing was very confused and felt a little embarrassed. This guy actually didn't know anything and came to improve his bloodline. Yin Bing couldn't help but suspect that Yi Fei's purpose in coming to the Lord Pan Palace wasn't to improve his bloodline, but to pick up girls. These men were indeed not good people. At this moment, under the arrangement of the Lord Pan Palace's Dao Lord, Yi Fei also lined up and walked into the bloodline pagoda. This pagoda was actually divided into countless independent spaces. There were clearly more than 100 people walking in, but when he entered, there was no one around. At the same time, an indifferent voice sounded from the pagoda. Now, you can all attack the upper levels of the pagoda. The higher you go, the stronger your bloodline's resistance to divine runes will be. This will also prove that you can successfully attach a spirit to your bloodline and awaken a higher bloodline. After this voice finished speaking, countless divine runes suddenly appeared all over the bloodline pagoda. These divine runes were of different sizes, strong and weak. However, when they were arranged in a strange pattern, the entire bloodline pagoda was suddenly filled with immense pressure. Moreover, this pressure wasn't directed at the physical body, but directly at the martial artist's bloodline. Thump, 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 thump. Yi Fei suddenly heard the sound of his blood flowing in his body. However, other than his blood, there seemed to be some other energy flowing with his blood. However, this energy was too secretive and he couldn't control it at all. He could only vaguely sense it with his spirit. What a magical bloodline pagoda. It seems that I found a way to activate the earthly sovereign's bloodline. Yi Fei's face was filled with amazement. While he secretly admired the wisdom of the ancients, he also had a strong interest in the bloodline's spiritual attachment. Of course, Yi Fei wasn't the only one who was interested. Xiao Chao was eating candied haws when he suddenly felt a strange aura of spiritual attachment around him. Xiao Chao immediately ran out excitedly and looked around the divine runes. Yi Fei's heart skipped a beat. He thought to himself, Xiao Chao is rarely interested in these divine runes. Since the Lord Pan Palace didn't set a time limit for me to leave, I'll let Xiao Chao study it here. It would be best if he could make a copy of this bloodline pagoda and get one for the family Yi and the Divine Star Academy. After all, in the Earth domain, there were many special bloodlines. However, the grades of these bloodlines weren't high. Most of them were 3rd grade and below and were very difficult to awaken. However, with this bloodline pagoda, it would allow the people of the Earth domain to awaken their bloodlines more easily. It would also allow the family Yi and the Heavenly Martial Kingdom to become stronger. Thinking of this, Yifei wasn't in a hurry to break through to a higher level. He just hugged Xiao Qiao and allowed Xiao Qiao to analyze the various divine runes on the Bloodline Pagoda one by one. This analysis took a total of 4 days, but Xiao Qiao was still very happy and seemed to be very happy. Yifei could only be patient and accompany Xiao Qiao. In these 4 days, there were many cultivators who climbed to a higher level. However, most of these cultivators were stuck in the middle of the 4th to 5th level. There were very few who could break through to the 6th level. Chapter 2263. The Tower is Broken. My God, Wang Xiu actually really stepped into the 7th level. Doesn't that mean that once he succeeds in attaching the spirit bloodline, he'll be able to raise his bloodline to grade 7 and officially launch an assault on the Earth Carnage Proclamation? Boom! Wang Xiu's actions completely shocked all the martial artists present. Yin Bing's heart was filled with bitterness. During this period of time, she had worked hard with all her might, but she had only walked halfway to the 5th level before reaching her limit. This also meant that he only had a 50% chance of raising his bloodline to the 5th grade. On the other hand, Wang Xiu easily finished all 7 levels of the Bloodline Tower. This was the difference brought about by talent. This difference also made Wang Xiu feel superior. The first thing he did when he came out of the Bloodline Tower was to walk up to Bai Yinran with a smile on his face. He cupped his hands respectfully and said, "Yinran, I really have to thank you this time. If it weren't for your support, I wouldn't have been the only one to pass the 7th floor. To thank you for your support, I would like to invite you to Huichun House for a meal. I hope you will agree." As he spoke, Wang Xiu revealed a very handsome smile. Although it was said that Bai Yinran's bloodline talent was above his, he had still completed the 7th floor of the Bloodline Tower and had the hope of awakening a 7th grade bloodline. He even had the hope of challenging the Earth Carnage ranking. Wang Xiu believed that he was now fully qualified to formally pursue Bai Yinran. Many girls nearby also looked at Bai Yinran with envy. Unexpectedly, after hearing this, Bai Yinran's expression became indescribably strange. The only person who walked out of the 7th floor. What's up with that person? Following Bai Yinran's finger, another person walked out from the 7th floor. This person was none other than one of Wang Xiu's followers. Heavens! I actually passed the 7th level. This is great. The ancestors have shown themselves. Smoke is rising from their graves. The lackey was ecstatic. Originally, he would immediately curry favor with Wang Xiu whenever he saw him, but now he turned a blind eye to Wang Xiu and even revealed a cold and arrogant expression. Wang Xiu was so angry that his face turned ashen. The others were also in an uproar. Then, they saw an even more unbelievable scene. After Wang Xiu and his sidekick passed the 7th floor, more than a dozen people came out of the 7th floor one after another. Yin Bing and Bai Yinran were completely stunned. In the Bloodline Tower, Yifei was also dumbfounded. As Xiao Qiao analyzed more and more divine runes, Xiao Qiao was already dissatisfaction with many divine runes. He was dissatisfied with the analysis. The reason was that these runes were too ugly. Thus, Little Grass personally began to modify these divine runes, erasing all the ugly ones. At the start, Yifei didn't feel anything, but gradually he realized that something was wrong. As the divine runes were erased one by Little Grass, the pressure in the bloodline space was rapidly decreasing. Xiao Qiao, we seem to have gotten into trouble again. Yifei came to his senses. He didn't dare to let Xiao Qiao erase the runes again. Xiao Qiao, hurry up and restore those divine runes. Xiao Qiao felt wronged. He gestured to Yifei that those divine runes were too ugly. Xiao Qiao would forget about them after erasing them. Yifei was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. He had just arrived at the Lord Pan Palace, and he had already destroyed a testing crystal. Now, he had even destroyed the Bloodline Tower. How could he gain the trust of the Lord Pan Palace? He would be lucky if they didn't throw him out. Forget it. I'll take responsibility for what I did. I'll take the blame for Xiao Qiao's trouble. Of course, Yifei could not just walk away without obtaining the cultivation method of the golden body of despair divine lord. The only thing he could do was take the blame and take the initiative to apologize to the Lord Pan Palace. At the same time that he called Xiao Qiao back, Yifei directly teleported away from the 4th level. At this time, more than a dozen people had passed through the 7th level, which had already caused a huge commotion. Wang Xiu was even more furious. He had just said that he was the only one to pass through the 7th level. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen people came out. This was a slap in the face. Wang Xiu had the urge to kill. The Dao Lords of the Lord Pan Palace were also puzzled. What's going on? Wang Xiu could pass through the 7th level because his bloodline potential is very strong. How can these people who are only at the 3rd or 4th level pass through the 7th level? Could it be that the bloodline tower is broken? Bai Yanran thought of this. At the same time, he stared at the 4th level of the bloodline tower. At this moment, Yifei just came out from the 4th level. He was stunned when he saw Bai Yanran's expressive eyes. It's him again. He destroyed the testing crystal with brute force last time. Boy, what did you do in there this time? The Dao Lords weren't stupid. After receiving Bai Yanran's signal, they immediately walked over angrily to interrogate Yifei. Seniors, please don't be angry. It's my fault this time. It's my first time using this, and I'm inexperienced. I accidentally broke the divine patterns inside. Yifei was very straightforward. He knew that he couldn't escape, so he just admitted it openly. In any case, Xiao Qiao only broke the divine patterns. The bloodline tower itself wasn't broken. What? He broke the bloodline tower again? I was wondering how even a 3rd-grade bloodline could pass through the 7th level. After all this time, the bloodline tower is broken. The surrounding cultivators suddenly realized that the legend of more than a dozen people passing through the 7th level was just a misunderstanding. In the face of such a misunderstanding, Wang Xiu's lackey, who walked out first, suddenly looked frightened. His face was full of tears. Wang Xiu was so angry that his lungs almost exploded. He had planned that when he passed the 7th level of the bloodline tower, it would be the beginning of his pursuit of Bai Yanran. However, after Yifei's actions, he became a joke. Wang Xiu stared at Yifei as if he could eat him alive. Yin Bing quickly pretended that he didn't know Yifei. Bai Yanran was very vigilant. Yifei first destroyed the testing crystal and then the bloodline tower. It was inevitable that people would misunderstand and think that Yifei was hinting at something. Miss, could it be that our identity as the heavenly palace of despair has been exposed? Uncle Bai silently appeared behind Bai Yanran and transmitted his voice. It doesn't seem like it. I feel like he's testing us. We can't be impulsive. If he wants to test us, we'll test him back. Bai Yanran shook her head calmly. She regained her cold expression and walked coldly toward Yifei. Young master, did my Lord Pan Palace neglect you in any way? We didn't neglect you. Yifei smiled bitterly and shook his head. Whether you believe or not, I really didn't mean to destroy the divine patterns of the bloodline tower. In fact, I'm a spirit augmentation master. I was just interested in the divine patterns. I didn't know that erasing the divine patterns would destroy the bloodline tower. What? You can actually erase the divine patterns? Bai Yanran's eyelids twitched. She felt that Yifei was even more dangerous. Chapter 2264. Invitation. Yin Bing's face was full of worry. Bai Yanran felt as if she was facing a great enemy, but a rare smile appeared on her cold face. She said, I didn't expect you to be a grandmaster of spiritual augmentation. Please enlighten me. As she spoke, Bai Yanran's white fingertips were covered in a layer of tricolored spirit light. Xiao Qiao was amazed. It should be known that low-level grandmasters of spiritual augmentation could only use spiritual wind to inscribe divine glyphs. Only grandmasters of spiritual augmentation who had a deep understanding of spiritual augmentation could condense spiritual wind into light. What was even more exaggerated was that Bai Yanran's spirit light was tricolored. It was clear that she was very accomplished in spiritual augmentation. Even so, she still claimed to be a junior in front of Yifei. If it were any other grandmaster of spiritual augmentation, no matter how arrogant they were, they would have shown their level of spiritual augmentation. But when he thought of his crooked spiritual wind, Yi Fei couldn't help but smile bitterly. If he showed his crooked spiritual wind, he would be embarrassing himself in front of everyone. It might even cause Bai Yanran to misunderstand. What? Don't you have anything to say? Bai Yanran saw that Yi Fei didn't say anything and didn't show his level of spiritual augmentation. Even if she was a cultured person, she was beginning to feel displeased. Sensing this, Yi Fei smiled bitterly. He knew that he had no choice but to respond. He could only sincerely apologize to Bai Yanran. Miss Bai, it was my fault for destroying the Bloodline Pagoda. I sincerely apologize to you. It's just that I'm not used to showing my strength in front of others. I will compensate the Lord Pan Palace according to the price. If Miss Bai is willing, I would like to treat you to a meal and apologize to you again. Yi Fei's tone was very serious. He also felt that being close to Bai Yanran was an opportunity for him to gain the trust of the Lord Pan Palace. Sensing Yi Fei's seriousness and sincerity, Bai Yanran's expression became very strange. She asked uncertainly, "You really want to invite me to a meal?" "That's right." Yi Fei's voice was loud and clear. After confirming that they had not heard wrongly, all the cultivators present were shocked. There were those who despised him, those who admired him, and those who were speechless. Yin Bing was no longer using her sleeves to cover her face. Instead, she covered her face with her hands. She felt that Yi Fei was not only good at boasting, he was also very thick-skinned. This guy probably came to Lord Pan's palace for Bai Yanran. That's why he deliberately damaged the testing crystal and bloodline pagoda to attract Bai Yanran's attention. "Little turtle, your master is too shameless," Yin Bing scolded as she hugged the dragon turtle. Yin Bing wasn't the only one who had this thought. Basically, when they heard Yi Fei's invitation, many warriors had the same thought as Yin Bing. Wang Xiu was even more blunt. He pointed to his forehead and said, "Yin Bing, is there something wrong with your friend's brain? Did he think that by doing this, he would be able to attract Yinran's attention? Did he think that with his little ability, he would be able to win Yinran's favor?" "Wang Xiu, just because you don't have the ability to invite Bai Yanran to a meal doesn't mean that others can't. Similarly, just because you can't do it doesn't mean that others can't do it. There are many people in this world who are stronger than you. Don't think too highly of yourself." Yin Bing put her hands on her hips and looked very fierce. Even though she also felt that Yi Fei's actions were a little too much, she felt that other than the fact that Yi Fei liked to boast, he had a good nature. In her heart, she also treated Yi Fei as a friend. Naturally, she wouldn't allow Yi Fei to be slandered. "Yin Bing, I think that it's not just your friend's brain that has a problem. There's also a problem here." Wang Xiu sneered when he heard this. He even pointed to his own head to humiliate her. If Yi Fei hadn't destroyed the Bloodline Treasure Pagoda just now, he would have already used the prestige of passing the stage to officially pursue Bai Yanran. Wang Xiu couldn't blame Bai Yanran. He could only vent his anger on Yi Fei. Now, seeing that Yi Fei had overestimated himself and actually wanted to invite Bai Yanran to a meal, Wang Xiu secretly made up his mind. As long as Bai Yanran opened her mouth to refuse, he would lead his followers to ridicule Yi Fei and make a fool of himself. Sure, at this moment, a magnetic voice sounded. It was Bai Yanran's voice. Faced with Yi Fei's invitation, Bai Yanran didn't refuse. She even accepted the invitation readily. After all, she had been wanting to test Yi Fei for a long time. Bai Yanran's acceptance was undoubtedly like a sudden clap of thunder. The entire Lord Pan Palace trembled. Some people even covered their hearts and complained with tears of blood. How shameless! How despicable! If I knew that I could invite Fairy Yanran like this, I would have smashed the entire Lord Pan Palace, let alone the Bloodline Treasure Pagoda. This guy, how could he do this? Yin Bing's mouth also opened into a circle. It should be known that Bai Yanran had never been close to men. She had never accepted anyone's invitation. Then, Yin Bing subconsciously looked at Wang Xiu. Many warriors present also looked at Wang Xiu. However, They saw that Wang Xiao was still pointing at his own head. He looked so embarrassed that he was about to vomit blood. Then, Wang Xiao was furious. Just now, he had invited Bai Yanran in front of everyone and was mercilessly rejected. Now, Yifei had issued the same invitation, and Bai Yanran had accepted it so readily. How could Wang Xiao put his face? Young Master Wang, could it be that Bai Yanran rejected you first, so he was a little embarrassed to reject others, so he reluctantly agreed? A follower comforted Wang Xiao in a low voice. This comfort also lifted Wang Xiao's spirits. My family background is better than his. I'm more handsome than him. My bloodline is also better than his. He's not even qualified to be my opponent. He wants to eat with Yanran? No way. After tidying up his clothes, Wang Xiao was already walking quickly towards Bai Yanran. He didn't lose his temper at Yifei. Instead, he said with a smile, Yanran, I know a good restaurant. There's no time like the present. Why don't the three of us eat together? But I've already promised Yifei. Bai Yanran rejected flatly. Yifei didn't say anything. He just watched Wang Xiao's performance indifferently. However, this person hit it well and didn't get angry when he heard it. Wang Xiao said cleverly, if you can't do it this time, then what about next time? If he treats you to lunch, then I'll treat you to dinner. Bai Yanran's beautiful eyes flashed. She instantly saw through Wang Xiao's intentions. She was instantly displeased. She felt that Wang Xiao was treating her as a tool to compete with each other. Sorry, I'm not free tonight, Bai Yanran said, holding back her anger. If you're not free tonight, then what about tomorrow? Or the day after tomorrow? Wang Xiao refused to give up. After all, there were so many people watching. How could he be willing to lose to Yifei? Wang Xiao's pestering made Bai Yanran completely lose her patience. She was annoyed and said in a voice that only Yifei, Wang Xiao, and Yifei could hear, get lost. Then, Bai Yanran ignored Wang Xiao's ugly expression. She grabbed Yifei's arm and walked towards the city of divine kings, leaving behind countless shocked and murderous eyes. Help me take care of the dragon turtle. I'll be back soon. Yifei walked past Yin Bing and waved his hand in front of her eyes. Only then did Yin Bing recover from her shock. This guy actually asked Bai Yanran out. Chapter 2265. Probing the Rejuvenation Pavilion was the best and most expensive restaurant in the city of divine kings. However, Bai Yanran brought Yifei here without even blinking. Yifei could not help but suspect that this girl was deliberately trying to rip him off. After that, Bai Yanran ordered some dishes such as dragon liver, phoenix marrow, bear paw, and divine liquid. What was more terrifying was that Bai Yanran was actually drinking, and she was even drinking the most expensive spiritual wine. Yifei felt his heart ache. He felt that after this meal, he would have to reduce the dragon turtle's food. Seeing Yifei's heartache, Bai Yanran also found it very interesting. Didn't you say you were going to treat me to a meal? I only ordered so little. You're not feeling heartache, are you? It is indeed heartache. However, who told me to destroy the bloodline pagoda first? This meal will be my apology. Yifei raised his wine cup and made a toast. He naturally had a carefree attitude. Bai Yanran could not help but be stunned. If it were any other man, if they were to treat her to a meal, they would pretend as if nothing had happened even if their heart ached. Yifei was different. Yet, he admitted it calmly. This surprised her. You're quite honest. Since it's an apology, you should show some sincerity. Tell me, why did you continuously destroy the testing crystal and the bloodline pagoda? Are you dissatisfied with our Lord Pan's palace? Bai Yanran stared at Yifei. Because she had drunk wine, her gaze was even more watery. It was as if she could make people fall into a trance. Sensing this gaze, Yifei's breathing quickened. However, he quickly regained his clarity. He felt that this Bai Yanran was really dangerous. Especially that gaze of hers. It seemed to carry a natural charm. Fortunately, he had a strong will and was once a sorcerer god. Bai Yanran's little mental influence was not enough to make him fall for it. However, on the surface, Yifei still pretended to be very intoxicated. His breathing quickened as he said, "What if I said that I did all this to attract your attention? What'd you think? You're not that kind of person. If you really wanted to attract my attention, you could have released your bloodline during the test. Then, not only would I pay attention to you, the entire Lord Pan's palace would pay attention to you. Bai Yanran was not bewitched by Yi Fei's words. Instead, she stared at Yi Fei without blinking her beautiful eyes. This was Bai Yanran's ultimate skill. After all, she was also a famous beauty in the city of God Kings. She didn't believe that Yi Fei would not be nervous when she stared at a man like this. Once Yi Fei was nervous and his mind was in chaos, she could take advantage of this point to sound out more things. Unfortunately, Bai Yanran neglected one thing. She wanted to test Yi Fei, but Yi Fei wanted to test her even more. When he saw Bai Yanran looking at him, Yi Fei did not back down. Hence, the two of them stared at each other across the table, competing in secret. This time, they were competing to see how thick-skinned they were. Clearly, Yi Fei had the upper hand. He did not avoid Bai Yanran's stare. Instead, he teased her, "I can't help it when I'm handsome. No matter where I go, I'll be stared at by beautiful women." Bai Yanran felt a chill run down her spine. She wanted to test Yi Fei, but was teased instead. Bai Yanran's eyes turned fierce. Yi Fei realized that Bai Yanran's coldness was just an act. She was actually quite fierce. Yi Fei could not help sweating. He realized that the more beautiful a woman was, the fiercer she was. Zhao Yu is a classic example. Realizing that ordinary methods could not test Yi Fei, Bai Yanran gave up. She could only ask directly, "It seems that you are a smart person. Then let's talk openly. Your bloodline is definitely above the 7th grade. It can't be improved with the spirit augmentation technique. Why did you join Lord Pan's palace and destroy the testing crystal and bloodline pagoda? If Lord Pan's palace offended you in any way, I can apologize to you." Yi Fei smiled bitterly. He poured Bai Yanran some wine and said sincerely, "Miss Bai, you really misunderstood. I destroyed the testing crystal and bloodline pagoda. It's really just an accident. As for my bloodline, I don't know what grade it belongs to because it is sealed bloodline. Since Lord Pan's palace can improve other people's bloodline, you should be able to help me remove the seal of my bloodline, right?" Speaking of this, Yi Fei's expression became serious. The earthly emperor's bloodline had always been a sore point for him. This bloodline was strong, but he could not control it at all. Using the blood tablet could only activate it passively. There might also be hidden dangers. It was not until he entered the bloodline pagoda that he saw a glimmer of hope to control his bloodline. This was also the reason why he wanted to stay in Lord Pan's palace. "What? You actually have a sealed bloodline? Show me your hand." Bai Yanran was obviously interested. After all, sealed bloodlines were very rare in the heaven realm. She activated the spirit augmentation technique again. A tricolor divine light appeared in her hand. These divine lights touched Yi Fei's arm again. Boom! When these divine lights entered his body, Yi Fei suddenly felt as if something terrifying in his body was enraged. A strong force instantly shattered Bai Yanran's tricolor divine light. At the same time, a trace of shock and paleness appeared on his face. What a powerful seal. It's actually an innate divine rune seal. No wonder you came to Lord Pan's palace. Even a spirit augmentation grandmaster would not be able to remove such a divine rune. Bai Yanran's expression was very serious. She had always thought that Yi Fei was a spy of the Crimson Moon Holy Dynasty. Now, her thoughts were shaken. Is there really no way to remove it? Yi Fei looked very depressed. Bai Yanran was even more depressed when she heard this. You are also a spirit augmentation grandmaster. Can't you feel that it is actually an innate divine rune that is sealing your bloodline? Yi Fei's face was dark. This was also the reason why he had asked Bai Yanran to come out alone. Seeing that there was no one around, he secretly released his spiritual wind. In the beastmark space, Xiao Qiao had already covered his eyes in advance. He could not bear to look. At the dining table, Bai Yanran was also dumbfounded when she saw Yi Fei's crooked spiritual wind that looked as if it would break at any moment. In the end, she even rubbed her eyes hard. Only then did she speechlessly discover that Yi Fei's spiritual wind was really ugly. Not only was it ugly, but its level was also so low that it was unbearable to look at. This is strange. Your spiritual wind is not even considered a beginner. Then how did you destroy the Bloodline Pagoda's divine rune? Bai Yinran asked another sharp question. Yifei had already thought of an answer to this question. Brute force. I mainly cultivate physical mystiques. Just with my divine power, I can block a Dao Lord's attack. Yifei nodded silently. After all, he did not know much about Lord Pan's palace. He could not directly tell Bai Yinran that he cultivated the golden body of despair. Even so, Yifei's words still made Bai Yinran a little wary. Although Yifei's explanation was reasonable, Bai Yinran still could not completely believe it. Chapter 2266. In the arena of life and death, this guy is definitely not telling the truth. However, I have plenty of ways to make you give yourself away. Bai Yinran sneered in her heart, but she maintained a gentle smile on her face. She stood up and said, "Young Master Yi, it seems that I've misunderstood you. Now that we've eaten, would you be willing to go somewhere with me?" "What place?" "You'll know once you follow me. Anyway, it's a good place." Bai Yinran didn't explain. She just grabbed Yifei's arm and walked out of the restaurant. After all, with such a beautiful woman holding onto Yifei's arm, Yifei would be too embarrassed to refuse, even if he wanted to. This was Bai Yinran's little trick. How could Yifei not see through it? However, although Bai Yinran was smart, she obviously didn't know that her actions would cause a huge misunderstanding. Bai Yinran, you don't interact much with others, do you? Yifei couldn't help but ask when he saw the strange gazes of the passers-by around them. You can say that. I usually cultivate in Lord Pan's palace and accept invitations from outsiders. This is the first time I've come out for a meal. Is there a problem? Bai Yinran looked at Yifei in confusion. Yifei looked helpless. He couldn't say that it was easy for others to misunderstand if she held on to him like this, especially when Xiao Chao told him that someone had been secretly watching him, and it seemed to be one of Wang Xiu's lackeys. When the lackey saw that Yifei and Bai Yinran weren't eating together, and that Bai Yinran's hand was still holding onto Yifei's arm, he knew that Bai Yinran was afraid that Yifei would run away, and it wouldn't be good for her to continue probing. However, in the eyes of the lackey, the meaning was different. Heavens, Fairy Yinran is actually holding hands with someone in public. This won't do. I have to report this to Wang Xiu as soon as possible. The lackey deliberately fanned the flames. Clearly, Yifei was only held by the arm like a strong man. In the end, when they returned, the two of them were already holding hands. As for what Wang Xiu would think when he heard the news, Yifei had no way of knowing. This was because he had already been dragged to a grand fighting ring by Yinran. This is the arena of life and death. It is also the best stage for martial artists to temper themselves. Here, you can fight to your heart's content, and you don't have to worry about getting injured or dying. This is because the life and death arena is a battle of consciousness. Even if you die on the battle stage, you won't really die. As Bai Yinran introduced, he paid the Xian veins with great familiarity. As he walked into the battle platform, Yifei's eyes widened. Every person who entered had to pay a Xian vein. There were at least tens of thousands of people here. Wouldn't that mean tens of thousands of Xian veins were paid every day? Of course. However, this was only the lowest income of the life and death arena. The real money came from the battles on the battle stage. Anyone who enters the battle platform can place a bet. As long as the martial artist you support wins, you can earn a certain amount of Xian veins. Bai Yinran pointed to the spectator seats near the battle platform. There are almost no empty seats. Then, he pointed to the various battle platforms in the middle of the spectator seats. If you feel that watching the battles is not enough, you can also enter the ring and fight to the death with your opponent. In this way, every victory you win will earn you more Xian veins than the bet. Yifei looked at the crystal walls on the battle platform with some surprise. Because it was a battle of consciousness, one would not really die. The martial artists who fought in these battles were very ruthless, and there was almost no difference between life and death. The battle would not end. Those who won would naturally be cheered by the crowd. Those who lost would turn pale as if they were seriously ill, and leave dejectedly in an extremely weak state. In the end, it was a battle of consciousness. Even if one would not really die, the feeling of being killed once was very uncomfortable. However, such discomfort could not stop the enthusiasm of many martial artists to participate in the life and death arena. There were martial artists who entered the battle platform continuously, and there were also martial artists who left dejectedly. Strange, why are they all masked? Yifei watched for a while and found that many people's faces could not be seen clearly. Many of them simply wore various kinds of masks. There were very few who dared to show their true faces. Bai Yanran rolled his eyes and said, "Of course they have to cover their faces. Even if it is a battle of consciousness, it is still very painful to be injured or killed in it. Moreover, some people like to torture and kill their opponents. Naturally, they do not dare to reveal their identities. How about it? Now that you have seen it, are you interested in going down for a battle?" After explaining the rules of the life and death arena in detail, Bai Yanran inadvertently glanced at Yifei again. Obviously, this was another test. Yifei could not refuse this time, because this life and death arena was indeed a good place to hone one's fighting skills. As long as a martial artist was confident in themselves, they would not refuse this kind of trial. More importantly, every time they won a battle, the martial artist would receive a generous reward from their mystic veins. And Yifei just happened to lack mystic veins the most. After all, he cultivated the golden body of despair and needed to consume a large amount of mystic veins. Just the food for Xiao Qiao and the dragon turtle alone was enough for Yifei to think of a way to earn a large amount of mystic stones. At this moment, a new round of battle platform registration had just begun. Yifei planned to go down and try to earn some mystic veins. Seeing that Yifei had finally fallen for it, Bai Yanran was overjoyed. It was rare for her to be so excited as she said, "Yifei, what codename are you going to use? Since you're so powerful, I'll go down and place a bet now. I'll definitely make a fortune." At the same time, she looked at Yifei with those eyes that could speak. He believed that not many men could refuse such a look, even if he knew that it was very likely that Bai Yanran was testing him. She wanted to determine his background through his martial arts. But Yifei could not find a reason to refuse. After thinking for a while, he said, "My code name will be Run Huang." After saying that, Yifei walked towards the ranking area. Run Huang? The Emperor of Men? Is this guy hinting at something? Bai Yanran was lost in thought. She felt that this code name was very arrogant. She was really worried that Yifei would be beaten to death as soon as he went up. Then, she would have no chance to test Yifei. Seeing that Yifei had left, Bai Yanran did not place a bet at all. She just remembered the battle platform that Yifei would fight in. Then she left the spectator area and went straight to another secret passage. Before she walked in, Bai Yanran had already changed into a suit of martial arts and a flame mask on her face. "Code name." A cold voice came from the passage. "Huahu." "What? Huahu's gonna fight." Boom. As the battle code names appeared on the crystal wall, countless martial artists in the spectator stands became excited, especially many female martial artists who cheered excitedly. Obviously, the name Huahu had a very special status in the battle platform of life and death. Because of her female origin, Huahu had become the idol of countless female warriors. On the other side of the battle platform, a cold-looking man walked up. He was one of the few people who dared to participate in the battle with his real face. Ken Lang. He is ranked 10th on the slaughter leaderboard. He has fought 59 battles and won all of them. Everyone who attacked him was killed by Ken Lang. Huahu is in danger now. Countless female warriors were secretly worried for Huahu. Ken Lang's notoriety was too great. Ken Lang's eyes also burst out with a ferocious cold light. "Don't think that I will show mercy to you just because you are a woman. What I like most is to kill women. Then you really deserve to die." Boom! The fire fox moved. She turned into a fiery light. That fiery light was so fast that even the crippled wolf couldn't see it. Then, a fiery fist light smashed the crippled wolf's body into smithereens. Chapter 2267. 84 consecutive victories. Hua, who had completely ignited the flames of war in the arena of life and death. On the other side, the lackey also added fuel to the fire and reported to Wang Xiu that Yi Fei and Bai Yanran had dinner together. Wang Xiu almost exploded. His eyes flashed with green light. "What did you say?" Bai Yanran and Yi Fei held hands. "Are you sure you didn't see wrongly?" "I definitely didn't see wrongly. Many people on the road saw it." The lackey continued to fan the flames. After all, he said that the relationship between Yi Fei and Bai Yanran was very serious. Wang Xiu would reward him handsomely for bringing back such important information. Wang Xiu did reward this lackey handsomely, but it was not a treasure. Wang Xiu was extremely furious. He kicked the lackey so hard that he vomited blood and fainted from the pain before he could even make sound. However, just kicking a lackey unconscious could not alleviate the crazy jealousy and anger in Wang Xiu's heart. After all, he had publicly announced that he must win Bai Yanran's heart. However, in such a short time, Bai Yanran actually held hands with someone else. Wang Xiu couldn't stand it anymore. He shouted at the other lackeys, "What are you looking at? Immediately find out the whereabouts of that adulterous couple. I want to kill that Yi Fei with my own hands." Wahoo! This woman is very strong. There was also a crystal wall at the registration area of the arena. The scene of Hua Hu killing crippled wolf with one move was constantly rolling on it. However, compared to Hua Hu's combat strength, her battle record was stronger. 72 battles, all victories. All the opponents admitted defeat and no one died. Perhaps this was also the reason why Hua Hu was so popular. With Hua Hu's appearance, the number of warriors who placed bets increased exponentially. This also attracted even more powerful martial artists to participate in this battle. "Newcomer, do you know the rules?" After entering the secret passage, a mysterious voice sounded in Yi Fei's ear. Seeing Yi Fei nod, the voice asked again, code name, Human Sovereign. This time, the voice was stunned for more than 10 seconds before it threw a token over. The token was engraved with the code name of the Human Emperor. At the same time, the token emitted a strange light and sent Yi Fei into a strange space. This space was filled with divine arrays. As long as a martial artist walked into the divine array, their consciousness would enter the life and death arena. In order to make it easier for martial artists to hide their identities, there were many concealment treasures in the room. Yi Fei changed into a set of white robes and put on a silver moon mask before walking into the Shunglyph. Boom! There was a blinding light as Yi Fei's consciousness entered the life and death arena. The crystal walls of the life and death arena clearly displayed the information of both parties. This shocked the countless spectating cultivators. Of course, there were even more who cursed. "It's only been a few days since I came to the arena. Are the newcomers now so arrogant? How dare a beginner of the Lord of Heaven call himself the Human Emperor? This newbie is in trouble. His opponent is Butcher. Although he isn't on the slaughter list, he's still someone who kills without blinking. Butcher, kill him. How dare he call himself the Human Emperor? Just looking at him makes me angry." Yi Fei's codename attracted a lot of hatred. At this moment, the silhouette of a 2-meter-tall brawny man appeared on the other side of the life and death arena. This brawny man also didn't wear a mask. His face was covered with crisscrossing scars. One look, and one could tell that he was a vicious person who had licked the blood off his blade. However, when he saw that Yi Fei, who was only at the beginner of the Lord of Heaven, dared to call himself the Human Emperor, a disdainful smile appeared on Butcher's face. "Kid, you got guts. How dare you call yourself the Human Emperor when you're only at the beginner of the Lord of Heaven? Now kneel on the ground, kowtow, and admit defeat. Perhaps I'll leave your corpse intact." Boom! As he spoke, Butcher's body exploded with the aura of the beginner of the Lord of Heaven as he approached Yi Fei fiercely. He wanted to use the most overbearing method to slaughter Yi Fei. In the face of Butcher's attack, Yi Fei took a deep breath. He didn't use any dark force or superpower. He just threw a simple punch forward. At this moment, The entire life and death arena shook violently. Before Butcher's body could get close to Yi Fei's fist had already smashed Butcher into pieces, causing him to disappear from the space of consciousness. Butcher was instantly killed with a single punch. The entire life and death arena fell silent. In a room somewhere, Bai Yanran was also stunned when she saw Yi Fei's ordinary punch. She realized that the punch was almost exactly the same as the one she had used to kill Crippled Wolf. They were both the purest form of physical divine strength. I just don't know which one is stronger, my divine strength or his. Yi Fei, no matter who you are and what your purpose of entering Lord Pan's palace is, I, Bai Yanran, will make you give yourself away. Bai Yanran adjusted the Firefox mask on her face and entered the space of consciousness again. Firefox! Firefox! Countless spectators cheered for Bai Yanran. Her opponents also bowed their heads and admitted defeat one after another under Bai Yanran's punches and kicks. However, more people noticed the rise of another newcomer, and that was the Human Emperor. Although this codename was very arrogant and irritating, the Human Emperor's fighting style was exactly the same as Firefox's. He didn't use any dark force or superpower. He only used his physical divine strength to quickly kill his opponents. However, most of Firefox's opponents were afraid of Firefox's reputation. They simply surrendered when they couldn't defeat him. Yi Fei's opponents, on the other hand, were very unhappy with Yi Fei's codename, Human Emperor. Not only did they refuse to surrender, but they also fought crazily with their lives on the line. This made Yi Fei extremely depressed. If I had known that the codename of Human Emperor was so hateful, I would have chosen a more low-key codename. Bang! Although that was what he said, Yi Fei did not show any mercy when he attacked. Moreover, the battles between men were more violent and more bloody than women. That kind of thrilling fight where fists hit flesh was a completely different extreme from Firefox's agile battle. And this kind of extreme happened to be what the spectators of the Death Arena liked the most and welcomed the most. When Yi Fei first went up on stage, what welcomed him was a wave of boos. However, as Yi Fei won more and more, his fighting style became more and more berserk. Finally, when he went up on stage, what welcomed him was already thunderous applause and wild cheers. Human Emperor, 84 consecutive victories. Heavens, this Human Emperor is too ferocious. His battle results in one day have refreshed Firefox's battle results in 1 year. The number of people who were paying attention to Yi Fei increased. In the end, even the organizer of the Death Arena was alarmed. This person did not even use his profound strength and was able to win 84 consecutive matches. This person's combat strength can even charge for the Earth Carnage role. If we let him continue winning, our losses will be great. In the end, for every victory of a martial artist, the Death Arena would have to pay a certain number of profound veins. Rookies would pay 100 veins, while famous seniors would pay hundreds to thousands of veins. As for Yi Fei, he won 84 consecutive matches in 1 day. Even if it was based on the treatment of a rookie, he would still have to pay 8,400 profound veins. This made the organizer of the Death Arena suspect that Yi Fei was here to cause trouble. And the best way to deal with this kind of troublemaker was to send out even stronger opponents to forcefully suppress Yi Fei's limelight. Chapter 2268. Mad Dog, Ren Huang's next opponent, is Evil Spirit, ranked 7th on the slaughter list. Evil Spirit is too weak. I'm afraid it will be difficult to force out Ren Huang's true strength. Let Mad Dog go up. No matter what, he must take Ren Huang's limelight. What, Mad Dog going up? Hiss! Ren Huang is in for it. When Mad Dog was mentioned, even the people in the arena of death shuddered. This was because Mad Dog had a very bloody habit of digging out people's bones piece by piece. That kind of pain and torture would make even the lore of heaven go crazy. In fact, anyone who had fought with Mad Dog had more or less left a serious shadow in their hearts. Therefore, unless there was a special situation, the organizers of the Arena of Death did not want Mad Dog to go up. Unfortunately, Yi Fei's momentum was too strong, so the Arena of Death had no choice but to send Mad Dog up. With Mad Dog's appearance, the entire audience was in an uproar. Heavens, it's Mad Dog. Renhuang's opponent is actually Mad Dog. Oh no, most of my Xian veins have bet on Renhuang. If Renhuang is also killed by Mad Dog, when these voices reach his ears, Yi Fei could not help but look at Mad Dog. However, Mad Dog was not crazy at all. Instead, he was a fair-skinned youth with a sickly look on his face. Only his fingernails were very long, like 10 thin finger blades. As if he felt Yi Fei's gaze, a gentle smile appeared on Mad Dog's face. You are Renhuang. I am very happy. Without you, I would not be able to fight. So, in order to let me enjoy more of the fun of fighting, please, you must live a little longer. Boom! Mad Dog moved. His white skin suddenly turned red, as though his blood was burning. And as his blood burned, Mad Dog's speed became incomparably fast. His fingernails became incomparably sharp as well, and he gently clawed out in front of him. With a hissing sound, Mad Dog's nails left long scratches in the void. How could this be? According to my plan, the next match should be between me and Yi Fei. Why is it Mad Dog? Could it be that the organizers are messing with us? That's right. Yi Fei has already won 84 matches in a row. If he continues to win, he might become the second king of battles. Bai Yinran's face was pale, and she was secretly annoyed. She had only wanted to test Yi Fei, but she had neglected the secret interference of the organizers of the Arena of Death. After all, there had always been a legend in the Arena of Death. Regardless of whether it was a newcomer or a veteran, as long as one could win 100 matches in a row, they would be able to obtain the title of King of Battles and a reward of 1,000,000 mystic veins. However, this was only a legend, and a gimmick that attracted people to the Arena of Death. So far, countless people had challenged this legend, but only one person had succeeded. That was the number 1 on the Earth Carnage roll, Feng Yun. With Feng Yun as an example, in order to avoid heavy losses, the Arena of Death specially nurtured the top 10 killers on the slaughter roll. It was for the sake of torturing and killing all the warriors who attempted to break into the legend realm, destroying their spirits, and also protecting the interests of the Arena of Death to the greatest extent. However, at this moment, Yi Fei did not know the meaning of Mad Dog's appearance, but he did feel the terrifying impact of Mad Dog. Especially Mad Dog's speed, it gave Yi Fei a fright. He understood that if he did not use his divine ability, he might not even be able to keep up with Mad Dog's movements. Yi Fei shouted coldly and finally used his divine ability. Bai Yinran also stared intently at the divine ability that Yi Fei used. Then, she was stunned, and so were all the spectators. The organizers of the Arena of Death also widened their eyes in shock. Facing Mad Dog's crazy attacks, Yi Fei did not use any offensive divine ability, but a speed divine ability. Huge dragon wings appeared behind his back. Those were the Azure Dragon Wings, a divine lord-level divine ability. Although Yi Fei, who was in front, was unable to fully unleash the power of this divine ability, Yi Fei's speed still increased explosively at this moment. Mad Dog's sharp claws pierced through the void. He originally wanted to dig out Yi Fei's sternum and tear it apart one by one. Then, he felt that what he grabbed was not Yi Fei's bones, but Yi Fei's afterimage. However, Mad Dog was indeed the strongest trump card of the Arena of Death. When he realized that the situation was not right, Mad Dog's outstretched hands strangely bent backward and once again dug at Yi Fei's body. Yi Fei's eyes turned cold as a terrifying bolt of lightning suddenly appeared on his body. The flashing lightning burned on Yi Fei's body. It then gathered in his palm and finally formed a heavy sword of lightning, which he smashed forward. Dong! The power of the lightning and the lightning sword caused the entire platform to shake violently. One of Mad Dog's arms was broken on the spot, but Mad Dog seemed to feel no pain. The broken arm actually regenerated at this moment and charged at Yi Fei. Bloodblade Edge, Mad Wangu! Mad Dog howled, as though he had completely sunk into madness. At the same time, a crazed will emanated from him. Mad Dog had actually comprehended the will of a divine ability, and it was an incomparably extreme version of the will of madness. Under the influence of this will, Mad Dog's speed increased, and he became even crazier. In the end, the sky was filled with Mad Dog. Mad Dog's terrifying claws filled the sky. He was like a mad dog that wanted to tear Yi Fei to pieces. Boom! Yi Fei's sword collided with Mad Dog's sharp claws. He was shocked to find that Mad Dog's claws had holes in his sword, and it exploded in midair. At the same time, Mad Dog's 10 fingers also exploded. However, Mad Dog's regenerative ability was too terrifying. The uniqueness of the space of consciousness also made Mad Dog fearless of death. He only attacked Yi Fei crazily. Yi Fei's expression suddenly became serious, but he did not retreat. Instead, he allowed Mad Dog's sharp claws to break through his defense. In the fighting ring, the crowd quickly saw that countless Mad Dog's afterimages were about to tear Yi Fei's dragon wings and body apart. However, at this moment, a terrifying, bloody battle intent appeared on Yi Fei's body. Divine Ability Will. You actually have Divine Ability Will too. Mad Dog's crazy expression flashed with deep shock. Then he saw that his sharp claws, which were originally grabbing Yi Fei, had once again grabbed onto Yi Fei's afterimages. At the same time, under the influence of the bloody battle intent, the huge dragon wings became even more terrifying blood wings. At this moment, Yi Fei's fists crashed down on Mad Dog's body. Bam! Bam! Chapter 2269. Thousand Peaks, Revolution Bam. Mad Dog was torn apart and disappeared from the battle platform. Yi Fei obtained his 85th victory. The entire audience was in an uproar. Bai Yanran was so shocked that her mouth was agape. She originally thought that even if Yi Fei wasn't defeated by Mad Dog, he would still have a hard time winning. However, Yi Fei's bloody battle will and Yi Fei's Azure Dragon Divine Ability had defeated Mad Dog with the advantage of speed that Mad Dog was best at. Terrifying divine power, even more terrifying speed, and divine ability will. Who else in this deathmatch arena can stop him from securing the title of King of 100 Battles? The stewards of the deathmatch arena all felt their hearts tremble. They had only felt this sort of shock once before. That was several years ago, when a storm had swept through the deathmatch arena and won 100 consecutive Downlords in a row with absolute power. Arena Master, what should we do? Mad Dog has been defeated. If we don't stop this kid, what if he really obtains 100 consecutive victories? The stewards of the deathmatch arena were all flustered. Don't panic. Although Mad Dog has been defeated, there is still someone on the battle platform who should have the ability to defeat the Human Emperor. The Arena Master was an old man wearing a metal mask. No one knew his true face, but all the stewards were convinced by the old man's words. If the Arena Master says that someone can defeat the Human Emperor, then they will definitely be able to defeat him. I know, the one who could defeat the Human Emperor should be Hua Hu. The Arena Master once said that Hua Hu only uses half of her strength in every battle. If Hua Hu unleashes her full strength, she might really be able to defeat the Human Emperor. But if Hua Hu defeats the Human Emperor, what will happen if she launches 100 consecutive victories? We can't care that much. Stopping the Human Emperor is more important. At worst, we will pay a price and mobilize a stronger Lord of Heaven from the other deathmatch arenas. It's not like our deathmatch arena doesn't have a Lord of Heaven who can make it to the Earth Carnage role, a steward suggested. The Arena Master nodded repeatedly at this suggestion. He had originally planned to do so. The arena of life and death was not the only one in the city of Divine Kings either. It was spread across the entire Divine Land. The number of hidden experts was unimaginable to outsiders. Immediately, a manager went to contact the other deathmatch arenas to prepare to call for reinforcements. Meanwhile, Yi Fei's battle was still ongoing. After Mad Dog, another opponent was sent up, but when facing Yi Fei, this opponent clearly lost the courage to fight. I admit defeat. I also admit defeat. Human sovereign, 89 consecutive wins, 90 consecutive wins, 99 consecutive wins. Boom! When Yi Fei's last opponent admitted defeat, the entire spectator stands went into an uproar. What was even more impassioned was that Yi Fei's last opponent was none other than Hua Hu. Heavens! Human Emperor and Fire Fox. These two actually ran into each other. The martial artists in the spectator stands went into an even greater uproar. Countless people were shouting the title of Human Sovereign, and even more people were shouting the title of Fire Fox. As if this was not enough, a manager of the deathmatch arena suddenly projected his consciousness onto the fighting ring and said in a deep voice, "This battle is between Human Sovereign and Fire Fox. If Human Sovereign wins, he will receive the title of the Lord of Heaven and the title of King of 100 Battles. He will also receive a reward of 1,000,000 Xian veins. Similarly, if Fire Fox wins, she will directly receive the reward of 99 consecutive wins and officially challenge the title of King of 100 Battles." Boom! The manager's words made the martial artists and the spectator stand go into an uproar. Yi Fei was also shocked when he heard this. Bai Yanran did not tell him that he would receive a reward of 1,000,000 Xian veins if he won the title of King of 100 Battles. He immediately looked at Fire Fox opposite him, only to see that her calm eyes were already flashing with a shocking battle intent. Obviously, even Bai Yanran could not resist the temptation of 1,000,000 Xian veins. She originally wanted to use some of her strength, but now she decided to use all her strength to defeat Yi Fei and test out Yi Fei's specific background. Bam! Hua Hu attacked. She wasn't just using her fists. Instead, her fists erupted with an astonishing flame aura. When this aura appeared, Hua Hu's body actually erupted with an intense mystique, the will of fire. Just like Mad Dog, this Fire Fox has also comprehended the divine ability will. It seems that I must be careful. 1,000,000 Xian veins is not that easy to obtain. At this moment, Yi Fei vaguely understood why the manager of the deathmatch arena suddenly announced such a reward. This was obviously to provoke Fire Fox, wanting her to use all her strength to stop him from achieving 100 consecutive wins. But 1,000,000 Xian veins is right in front of me. How can I be defeated so easily? Azure Dragon Wings. Yi Fei spread his dragon wings, wanting to use his advantage of speed to avoid Fire Fox's divine ability and launch an attack from the side. However, Fire Fox's hands were waving continuously at this moment. Clusters of raging flames emerged from her body. Furthermore, within each cluster of raging flames was the silhouette of a Fire Fox. In the end, hundreds of Fire Foxes rushed towards Yi Fei at the same time. Their fists were as heavy as mountains, and they smashed into the void, causing the void to tremble. Yi Fei was clearly stunned. Fire Fox's attack was very similar to Mad Dog's. However, Mad Dog relied on speed, while Fire Fox relied on this kind of flame-splitting divine ability. Bam! Yi Fei tried to use his fist to smash at the Fire Foxes. He saw a flaming fist come out of the Fire Foxes and collide with his fist. Then Yi Fei felt a huge force rushing towards him, causing him to involuntarily take a few steps back. Fire Fox also looked at Yi Fei in shock. As Yi Fei retreated, she was also repelled by Yi Fei's divine ability. Their divine abilities were almost on par. However, Fire Fox didn't have time to think. Yi Fei's strength had completely ignited Fire Fox's fighting spirit. "I don't care who you are, or what your purpose is in coming to Lord Pan's palace. I, Bai Yanran, will make you give yourself away. Die." Return of the Azure Falling Peaks. Boom, boom, boom. Bai Yanran attacked. Her fists were as heavy as the abyss. As she punched out, terrifying mountains and waterfalls appeared all over the arena, crushing down on Yi Fei continuously. "Fight!" Yi Fei growled. His eyes suddenly flashed with a strong fighting spirit. Then, this fighting spirit turned into boiling blood flames that burned from his body. Following this, a series of iron fists collided with the boundless mountains. With a loud bang, the mountains and waterfalls on the arena shattered. However, behind these shattered mountains was Bai Yin Ran's smug smile. You've been fooled. Return of the azure falling peaks. Boom! Behind Yi Fei, the shattered mountain peaks reformed as the waterfall gushed forth, smashing towards Yi Fei once more. This was the true essence of the Jade Fall Thousand Peak Revolution. Yi Fei's iron fist seemed to have shattered the mountain peaks, but the mountain peaks could reform behind him, reforming into a new innate technique that blasted towards Yi Fei. Chapter 2270. Pan Wang Li Di at this moment, for the sake of the million mystic veins and to test Yi Fei, Bai Yin Ran no longer held back. She completely unleashed the Lord Pan Palace's remarkable ability. Pan Wang Li Di Sheng, Bai Yin Ran shouted coldly. She used Bai Luo Thousand Peaks to trick Yi Fei into approaching her and exposing her back. Then, she used Pan Wang Li Di Sheng to punch Yi Fei directly in front of him. Yi Fei was immediately attacked from both sides. This meant that Yi Fei would have to endure 2 of her attacks. Even though she was his opponent, Yi Fei couldn't help but admire Hua Hu's intelligence. She was truly as intelligent as a fox. Unfortunately, no matter how exquisite her remarkable ability was, her 2-pronged attack was destined to fail in the face of absolute speed. Boom! Yi Fei's back suddenly burst with intense divine light. Then, his dragon wings became even larger, making Yi Fei look like an azure dragon soaring into the sky. He suddenly rushed up from the ground and into the sky. This way, not only would Hua Hu's 2 remarkable abilities not form a 2-pronged attack, but they would also collide and injure her. Hua Hu's expression immediately changed. A cold smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. You think you can escape from my remarkable ability like this? You underestimate me too much. Purple Flame, trap him for me. At this critical moment, Hua Hu not only activated the Lord Pan Palace's remarkable ability, but also her own innate remarkable ability. Yi Fei's bloodline began to burn, forming a dazzling shield of purple flames around his body. With a loud bang, it enveloped Yi Fei within the shield. Bang! Yi Fei's fists landed solidly on the shield of light. But what shocked him was that even though his divine power had reached the limits of the Lord of Heaven realm, he still couldn't break through it. Even so, he still couldn't break through the shield of light. This was also the terrifying aspect of bloodline martial artists. Every bloodline had its own innate supernatural ability. The stronger the bloodline, the more terrifying the innate supernatural ability it awakened. Bai Yin Ran had the purple fire bloodline of the 8th rank. The purple flame light shield that she had awakened was naturally even more terrifying. This light shield is not only used to trap people, but it can also continuously release purple flames to burn your body and destroy your soul. Although your divine power is astonishing, it's a pity that you don't have a bloodline and you don't have an innate divine ability that can match mine. This means that you are destined to fail. Bai Yin Ran stood on the light shield and flicked her finger again. Suddenly, endless purple flames appeared within the light shield. Since this was a test, she naturally wouldn't give Yi Fei a chance to admit defeat. She wanted to use her strongest strength to force out all of Yi Fei's secrets. Yi Fei's expression had also turned extremely grave as he watched the endless purple flames burn towards him. Even though it was only his consciousness, he could clearly feel the pain of the purple flames invading his body and spirit. What should I do? Should I admit defeat? Yi Fei shook his head in his heart. After all, his code name was the Human Emperor, and the Human Emperor was an invincible legend in the Earth realm. If he was defeated by a little girl in the Heaven realm while holding the title of the Human Emperor, the previous Human Emperors would have scolded him to death. Thinking of this, even though he knew that the Fire Fox's innate supernatural ability was very powerful, Yi Fei still chose to bite the bullet. Fight! Yi Fei roared. He didn't admit defeat or compromise. Only endless fighting spirit was released from his body. He waved his fists again. His fists were like heavy swords, shattering the void and shattering the firmament. Yi Fei punched again and again at the light shield that was emitting endless purple flames. It's no use. My purple flame light shield isn't something that can be broken by your realm. Are you still unwilling to reveal your true strength? Fine, you asked for it. Purple flames burn. Bai Yanran finally didn't hold back anymore. The blazing purple flames completely engulfed Yi Fei's body, turning Yi Fei into a purple torch. However, Yi Fei wasn't shocked. Instead, he was happy. If everyone was watching, he wouldn't be able to reveal his true trump card. However, as the entire light shield was engulfed by the purple flames, and his body was engulfed by the purple flames, Yi Fei could finally be at ease and use his golden body of laws. Boom! A layer of purple gold light burned on Yi Fei's body. Instantly, a powerful war demon aura appeared on Yi Fei's body. Under the protection of the golden body, although Yi Fei was engulfed by the purple flames, these purple flames couldn't harm his body at all. However, Yi Fei still screamed from time to time, indicating that he was in great pain and suffering from the purple flames. It was as if the other party could burn him to death with just a little more force. In the spectator stands, countless martial artists who supported Ren Huang were cursing loudly. Many of them had bet on Yi Fei's victory. Now that Ren Huang was beaten to the point that he couldn't even fight back, how could they not be angry? On the other hand, the martial artists who supported Hua, who had gone completely crazy. The cheers for Hua who were getting louder and louder. Even Bai Yanran herself felt a little proud in her heart. After all, she had always regarded Yi Fei as a great enemy, and such a great enemy still couldn't resist her natural mystique. This gave Bai Yanran the confidence to challenge the king of 100 battles. However, the smug Bai Yanran didn't know how terrifying the defense of Yi Fei's golden body was. It was enough to withstand the attack of a Tao Lord. Even the purple flames of her natural mystique couldn't destroy his golden body in a short time. On the contrary, Yi Fei took advantage of this opportunity to continuously throw punches at the light barrier. Furthermore, he was punching in the same direction as the light barrier. Under Yi Fei's continuous punches, Bai Yanran was horrified to discover that cracks had suddenly appeared on her light shield. In the end, the cracks kept expanding, and then a figure with purple flames rushed out of the light shield. You can actually destroy my natural mystique. Bai Yanran looked at Yi Fei in shock. She thought that she had overestimated Yi Fei, but Yi Fei's terrifying physical defense and amazing divine power still made Bai Yanran feel that it was unreal. What kind of physical mystique are you cultivating? Bai Yanran stared at Yi Fei with her beautiful eyes. She didn't show any mercy when she attacked. She used the Thousand Peaks rotation and the coiling king position continuously to attack Yi Fei in an attempt to stop Yi Fei from getting closer. Yi Fei smiled faintly. The moment he rushed out of the light shield, he canceled his golden body of laws. The fierce purple flames completely ignited his body. However, Yi Fei's face revealed a brilliant smile. At this moment, his fists were whistling violently. They were like dazzling purple stars as they crashed down on Bai Yanran's body. You are, Bai Yanran suddenly widened her eyes in shock. Others saw the purple flaming fists, but she clearly felt a strong nomological aura on Yi Fei's fists. That was the aura of the combat demon nomological laws. Then, Bai Yanran felt her body float. She had actually been killed in an instant by Yi Fei's fists, which were infused with the combat demon nomological laws. Although only her consciousness was shattered, the feeling of death still made Bai Yanran very depressed and frustrated. Of course, Yi Fei didn't have it easy either. The moment he shattered the Fire Fox's consciousness, without the protection of his golden body of laws, the purple flames on Yi Fei's body instantly swallowed him up. Bam! Chapter 2271. A million mystic veins who won in the end? I think I saw the human emperor being engulfed by the Fire Fox's flames. Nonsense. I clearly saw the human emperor's fist shatter the Fire Fox's consciousness first. Due to the sudden end of the battle, Yi Fei and Hua, who had practically died together. This caused a huge debate among the many cultivators in the spectator stands. Inside the main hall, the stewards of the arena of life and death were in an uproar. Arena Master, this is our chance. Although the human emperor defeated the Fire Fox, the Fire Fox's purple flames also engulfed the human emperor. As long as we insist that the human emperor and the Fire Fox were both injured, then we can stop both of them at the same time and obtain the possibility of 100 consecutive victories. 100 consecutive victories was originally just a gimmick used by the deathmatch arena to attract martial artists. Even we didn't take it seriously. After all, it's too difficult to win 100 consecutive victories in the deathmatch arena. Moreover, the deathmatch arena nurtures a large number of experts specifically to stop those who win consecutive victories. But a few years ago, Feng Yin broke through the barriers of the deathmatch arena and won 100 consecutive battles against Dao Lords. His title of King of 100 Battles has attracted the attention of countless people. Not only are there hegemons, there are heavenly lords, Dao Lords, and even divine lords. Do you think that the excuses we've come up with can fool Dao Lords or divine lords? The arena master's words were powerful and resonant, causing the stewards to fall silent. Only Mad Dog's face was filled with unwillingness and worry. But Arena Master, that's a million mystic veins after all. If the higher-ups blame us, I'm afraid, Mad Dog, you don't have to worry. I'm the Arena Master here. If the higher-ups really blame us, I'll bear the responsibility alone. The iron-masked old man waved his hand. However, his tone had become much more gloomy. Soon after, he waved his hand and ordered the manager to announce the results. On the crystal wall, Huahu's victories had disappeared. Yi Fei's victories had officially increased from 99 to 100. This scene caused an uproar among the spectators. Who would have thought that after Feng Yin had obtained the title of King of 100 Battles for so many years, another person would obtain the title of King of 100 Battles? Inside the room, Yi Fei's heart was heavy. Although it seemed like he had obtained the final victory in this battle, this victory was actually a fluke. It was because this was a battle of consciousness that he had obtained victory. If this had been a true battle of life and death, he would have perished together with Huahu. It seems that what Rizu said is true. In Qingzhou, I'm invincible against the ordinary Lord of Heaven, but in Divine Prefecture, I still have a long way to go against those bloodline warriors. It seems like I have to think of a way to remove the bloodline seal in my body as soon as possible. Yi Fei's expression was solemn. Through the battle with Huahu, he had experienced the terror of a bloodline martial artist. At this moment, a cold voice came out from the room. According to the rules of the arena of life and death, if you obtain 100 consecutive victories, you will be awarded the title of King of 100 Battles. Now, you're free to choose whether you want to go up to the fighting ring and receive the cheers of the crowd. There's no need for that. Yi Fei shook his head. He was not a high-profile person, and compared to being surrounded like a monkey, he was more eager to see another person. After speaking, Yi Fei took off his mask. The room of the arena of life and death was very special. Once inside, even the people of the arena of life and death could not peek at the other person's identity. They could only transmit their voices. Hearing that Yi Fei did not intend to accept the cheers, the cold voice did not force him. Instead, another golden token flew towards Yi Fei. This is the Golden Battle Token. With it, you can come to the arena of life and death at any time to exchange for your reward. Of course, you can also state other conditions in place of Xian Meridians. That's all I have to say. The cold voice obviously did not have any confidence in the last sentence. After all, it was 1,000,000 Xian Meridians, which was enough to make a monarch god jealous. Thank you. Yi Fei took the token and walked out of the room. He changed back into his original black robe, then quickly walked through the secret passage and returned to the spectator seats. Bai Yanran was sitting there thoughtfully, but his face seemed to be abnormally pale. Yi Fei was the same. Although the consciousness battle in the arena of life and death would not really kill the warrior would still be affected to a certain extent when his consciousness was destroyed. This kind of influence was like an ordinary person being seriously ill. However, only people who had fought on the Colosseum would have this kind of situation. But at this time, it appeared on by Yinran's face. Yi Fei suddenly had a very bold idea in his heart. Wahoo? Yi Fei asked tentatively. He was surprised to find that Bai Yinran and Hua, whose figures were surprisingly similar. Bai Yinran's identity was suddenly exposed. He could not help but glare fiercely at Yi Fei. You win. Are you done with your business? If you're done, follow me back to Lord Pan's palace. I have some questions to ask you. As he spoke, Bai Yinran had already stood up impatiently and grabbed Yi Fei's arm. He wished he could drag him back to Lord Pan's palace and interrogate him with all kinds of torture. Yi Fei was sweating on the spot. From Bai Yinran's reaction, how could he not know that Bai Yinran was really Huahu? It seemed that Bai Yinran had discovered something. After all, at the last moment, in order to defeat Huahu, Yi Fei was forced to use his golden body of despair. Although it was only for a moment, it was enough to arouse Bai Yinran's suspicion. Young Master Wang, see? I was right. Yi Fei and Bai Yinran really are. Suddenly, one of Wang Xiu's followers rushed in from outside the spectator stand. Then, Wang Xiu walked in with an ashen face. As soon as he came in, he saw Bai Yinran grabbing Yi Fei's arm. Wang Xiu was so angry that his lungs almost exploded. He stared at Yi Fei with a ferocious gaze. Yi Fei, you really have guts. I'll give you one breath's time to leave Yinran's side, and then come out to face your death. Wang Xiu, that's enough. I have nothing to do with you. If you continue to be like this, I'll have to consider asking you to leave Lord Pan's palace. Bai Yinran stood up. After all, this matter started because of her. She couldn't just ignore it. Yi Fei smiled bitterly. This Wang Xiu was obviously jealous and had lost his mind. At this time, Bai Yinran's appearance would not only not help, but would also enrage Wang Xiu even more. Sure enough, when he saw Bai Yinran's appearance, Wang Xiu's eyes exploded with a green light. He opened his mouth and scolded. Bai Yinran, I've pursued you for so long, but you've rejected me time and time again. In the end, when this guy invited you to a meal, did you fall in love with him and throw yourself at him? Wang Xiu, can you be any more shameless? Bai Yinran was so angry that her whole body was trembling. However, this was the first time she had encountered such a thing. She didn't know how to refute. Yi Fei's face also darkened. It was fine that Wang Xiu slandered him, but slandering Bai Yinran was too uncultured. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.